All right, thanks for getting here, everybody. Provided there's people here. I don't see you guys yet. I'm waiting to see you guys. I want to see who's here and who isn't. You know, who got the okey doke? Who knew I was going live? Zero people. There's zero people here. Is that a fact? You know what? I'll shut this down right now, man. Right freaking now. It's going down. Oh,
You
there.
want everybody to show up live, Michael?
Did what?
You want everybody to show up live?
What do you mean live?
Exactly what you're thinking, I mean.
No, 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 no. I always make joke at the beginning because it never tells me that people are there at first. It always says zero before it pops up the real number. Now there's 15 and growing. All right, man. Hey, thanks for being here, everybody. Matt Alaska on the trail. Kim, Double, Matt, Michael Katt. Thanks for being here. And tonight's special guest is Miss Cavalier off to go. Her and I are going to discuss the case. This week, it is something that was brought to my attention while watching Delphi Justice's channel. Now, I didn't make reference to the person that I hold as suspect in the case of the Delphi murders. True Crime Investigates. He's here, right on. Is that somebody said, well, nobody would be shocked if it was Thomas Bruce. Well, I did not mention anything back to them because it's somebody else's channel and I don't put my material on somebody else's channel. And I wasn't going to argue with her because I know this person. I mean, at least through my channel. And, but it did lead me to think, well, I disagree because myself, I only see me as being the main person on YouTube as pointing to him. Now, everybody else debates the fact that it is not him. Now, I think that everybody would be in shock if it was him. So that's what I'm going to cover tonight is what led me to believe that it was him. Now, not only that, I did record my 124 deductions on the case, and that was back in, I think, October. It may have been late September. I'd have to look at the recording date on it. However, upon looking back even further, what I found in my file is that I had a list of 17 pages of deductions that I did on December 9th of 2019 that were notarized and signed on to. So I at least have that, and I want to cover in part some of them. Now, I want to start with the fact that my suspect, Thomas Bruce, was unemployed during both sets of murders, Delphi and Evansdale. Now, because of that he was unemployed and his wife was working, he had ample time to go where he wanted to go. And I feel that that was in part why he, went and did these. Now, the loss of a job, and this points back, and I could go pull this up, but the Evansdale profile said right there in number one that the person may be experiencing financial issues at the time, may have just lost a job, may have spousal issues, or mental health problems during the time of the murders. Well, out of those, I can name three. I don't know about spousal issues. However, the rest are all in full accordance with what I am to understand. Anything on that, Miss Cavalier? Miss Cavalier.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now, I would be surprised if he was having spousal issues. Because his wife made it very clear that she was shocked and apologized.
Yeah. I agree with you. You know what? I think that you and I had called or, on the phone one time had talked about that. And yes. I know I discussed it on my channel the one time because somebody said, well, you would assume that a woman would know. And I'm like, well, there's a difference between knowing that a guy has an angry side, that the guy's unhappy at times. But there's never going to come that point where a person says, well, he gets angry every now and then. I bet he's out killing a bunch of people. And again, man, I'm in full accordance with you because I don't think that that ever crossed her mind. In fact, she was completely devastated to find out that he did do that murder. But when the rest comes out, you know, not that I would call and ask or anything like that or contact her, but I would have to wonder about what her thoughts were then, you know, when she sees what the full of it is.
Now, Michael, maybe you could explain what you think the full of it is.
Well, as of right now, and what I'm looking at, I mean, of course, you got Jamie Schmidt at the Catholic supply store. That's a given. Okay. Now, I'm also looking at Delphi, the Delphi murders, both girls, girl A and girl B. I'm looking at Evansdale, and I will call them the same, girl 1 and girl 2. I'm looking at Mary Pryor in Michigan, also Ann Pates in Michigan. There is reason for me to believe, given what Barry Shuck has said, that Susan Collins may be another one. In fact, if he was at that base at that time, he would be my sole suspect. So that's what I'm looking at. Now, you know that I'm looking into some other ones that I cannot mention at this time because I don't have ample evidence to really point to him yet. But give a little bit of time, there may be quite a few more coming in that direction.
Well, you even shared with me his TripAdvisor account, and it shows where he's traveled all over. So going to assume that you are looking in those communities where he traveled.
Well, I want you to back up there a moment because I did not share that with you. You shared that with me.
Sorry, it's backwards day.
Yes, and yes, I was going to look through those communities as well. But here was kind of what I was looking at, and this could be a giveaway, but that's just fine if anybody goes and finds it and looks it up. Well, hang on. Okay, Pam, she did not say that. Pam, that is complete hearsay. She did not say at 4 o'clock. Wherever you heard that was rumor. Please don't throw that up on my channel. She said that they had a dinner date that evening. That was what was stated, not at 4 o'clock. That was not stated. True crime, back me up. Because that is who she wrote that to. And she said that we had a dinner date on the 13th, not at 4 o'clock. Anybody that said 4 o'clock is trying to override me, and I am not cool with that. Not cool at all with it. Because if he left here at 3, as I am guessing, because I took the time back to the vehicle, then that would have been his approximate time leaving. 4.5 hour trip minus 1 hour going back into Central Time. He would have got home going at the rate that he was at about 6, and then plenty enough time for a dinner date because his wife was working. She was working at that time. He was not. Now, I'm just throwing it out there. I don't think that there was an issue with the time because, look, law enforcement said right after the Delphi murders that, hey, the guy would even have a viable excuse. It would sound totally plausible, but look into it because, hey, look, if he said, hey, man, I'm out getting you something. It's the day before Valentine's Day, hon. I'll be there in a minute. No problem. But she did not say 4 o'clock to my knowledge. No. Get him on there. Get him on there because if she said 4 o'clock, that was completely left out. If she said 4 o'clock, then the FBI told her to say that shit. Because I'm telling you right now, Thomas Bruce is the suspect. No. Here, let me rephrase that. No, not to my knowledge. But he does have family that lives in Fort Wayne, and his family lives in Montrose, Michigan, in Genesee County. And in order to get there from where he lived in St. Louis, took Hoosier Heartland right by Monon High Bridge Trail. That's why he'd stopped there many times and knew the trail. Yeah, hit like and subscribe. Cass LaRue, man, are you a moderator? Cass? Give me a yay or nay on monitor because if you're not, you will be in a minute. If he said that, I want to see that in written because she emailed him. He never mentioned that in what I heard. In fact, what I heard was he said, I can't answer to the rest of them, but I can tell you this. On the night of the 13th, we did have a dinner date, so I know he wasn't in Indiana. Maybe, you know what, man, maybe he took off for a minute. He had some stuff to do, but he said he'd be here at 25 after the hour. I will ask him, and I will wish to see the email if he's got that. And if it says 4 o'clock, then I do stand on the fact the FBI said, and make it 4 o'clock. That way, nobody will ever put 2 and 2 together like Michael J. Katt. Because I'm telling you right now, I got a left arm on it. I got a left arm against $100,000 that says he is the suspect and charges will be filed.
Shit.
Michelle, explain your evidence or you're gone. I will boot you this minute. Explain your evidence for it.
Michael, can you hear me?
Yes.
Shake your head if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, I can't hear you.
Am I on mute?
Let me see if I can fix this.
Okay. If Greeno has said it many times, 4 o'clock, then I say, Miss BFF, the FBI fucking told her to say that. Now, if I need to repeat that again, and Michelle, your time is running out, you either A, give me some evidence for that, or you're gone. Do it now. I do not tolerate people say, it's not Thomas Burroughs. What the fuck are you doing here?
Well, Michael, let's go on to some of the other murders that you think he committed other than Delphi.
Okay. Could you give me one?
Pardon me?
If you would give me a name.
Evansdale.
Is it my volume, Matt?
Yeah, I'm fine.
No, well, Matt said the volume is distorted. Let me check my. Well, that seems right. Let me turn that up a little bit. Can you hear me okay now? Matt? Oh, okay. All right, good deal. Hey, by the way, I'll do it. I am blocking Michelle because she supplied no evidence to the contrary. And I do not take to that. Look, and you know what? It's fine whether a person believes or doesn't believe. But if you come on just to say it's not him without evidence, no. You know what? You got no business being here. None. Now, if you have ample evidence, I want to hear it. And I do want to hear it. I want that evidence. That much I want. But again, allow me to explain here that the FBI talked to all of Thomas's Bruce's friends, family, and neighbors. All of them. Okay. Now, I know what the FBI does because if they don't want something out of the bag, they say, hey, if anybody reaches you and asks about this, tell him that he was here that day. that you guys had a dinner date at 4 o'clock, even. That way it doesn't look like it's him. Because I was law enforcement in the military. I know how law enforcement protocol works. I know how they keep shit under wraps. And if a person comes on here just to say it's not him, hit the fucking road. Okay, Evansdale. Now, here is, yeah, I did. And thanks, DJ. Right on. So anyway, Evansdale. Now, he lost his job at Schnucks Grocer, where he was a manager of some type. That's what it says. Now, he lost that in June of 2012. And now in July of 2012 was Evansdale. On Friday, July the 13th, 2012. Now, 1 month in January, actually the date of January 11th, 2017, he filed bankruptcy. Okay. He resigned from his job because he failed to show up. 1 month later, Delphi. Is your dog's eating, Miss Cavalier?
Are my dogs what?
Are they eating?
No, not at all. Are you hearing dogs?
Well, I'm hearing a scratching sound.
Nope, I've got 3 babies that are sleeping.
Ah, okay.
Or I should say 3 angels.
Three little angels. Well, you know what? Mine's on the couch sleeping currently. Give him a minute. So with Evansdale, I look at it like this. I need to back up. I need to back up a little bit. Because if I take everything into the same effect, everything into the same person, I could be looking at Susan Collins, and I believe that was in 86. Now, Mary Pryor was done in 97, and then Ann Pate's in 99. Well, after that, he moved from Flint down. What does that sound, Miss Cavalier?
I don't know. Okay, my fan's off. Is it still there?
Yeah, it sounded like a scratching that was,
I have no idea. I'm sitting still. I'm not doing anything, Michael. I didn't do it.
Well, can anybody else hear that? I mean, I thought it was the dogs eating or something.
No, I can barely detect like a minute amount of static.
Okay.
But it's nothing I can't hear through.
So anyway, now if I take that into effect, okay, firstly, let's look at Mary Pryor. That was done in 97. And then Ann Pate's in 99. Then he moved down to see, everybody else can hear it. And it sounds like a spoon on the bottom of a can, Anyways, yeah, see, scratching, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. You know what? I mean, it was doing that the last time. I don't know, man. Well, it doesn't do that when we're on the phone.
It doesn't do that when I'm speaking?
No, I mean, like when we're on the phone talking, I can't hear it.
I can't hear anything at all.
Well, right. Yeah, no, but I'm just saying it's like on here you can. Anyways, so I point like this. Now, I talked to the sheriff now, Chris Swanson of Genesee County, Michigan. In both of those cases, they had DNA. And I believe in both fingerprints as well. But they didn't have any person to point to because that person had no DNA or fingerprints in the database. Now, that goes right back to Delphi because that's what Kim Riley told me. It's like this man has never committed a crime. Well, are you saying that because he has no DNA that matches? Well, I can't speak on that. And maybe he has committed a crime, but we can find no trace of him. That says to me fingerprints. Now, for a person to commit a brutal rape, ending in murder with a knife, and in most cases, I mean, Jamie Schmidt was a pistol, but it says to me that that it was probably a like type person that had never been caught committing a crime and had no DNA or fingerprints in a legal database. So now, when I'm looking at Evansdale, they don't have that. They don't have DNA. They don't have fingerprints. They had bodies that was decomposed down to skeleton. So, well, I
I'm
don't.
wondering. I'm wondering if Evansdale has started investigating Thomas Bruce. I haven't heard anything out of them.
No, nor have I. But I think that the only thing that they really have there in Evansdale is the make of a car, and even that they weren't very clear on. You know, they said it was an older style, clunky white suburban Bronco like. That was it. I mean, nobody's seen the suspect. You know, all they seen was that car, and then the girls were gone. They were found way after the fact.
Almost 20 miles away in seven bridges
Yeah, Seven Bridges Park.
conservation area.
Yeah.
So I don't. Do you think that at the time of the Evansdale murders, that was the year before the FBI started to really concentrate and put a lot of computer programs together, and VICAP wasn't started that much sooner than 2012. I think it may have been after 2000 that came online. And then they've got another program that does nothing but track serial killers. And I'm wondering if you thought if, with the Evansdale thing, if they were tracking a serial killer, unknown name, unknown identity from that murder on.
You know what? It's really hard to say, and I'll tell you why. And it's because that there was a lack of DNA and fingerprints, to my knowledge. And if I'm pointing to similar crimes like that of Evansdale, then which other ones were like that before that? I mean, Delphi, I can connect the similarities right to Evansdale. Okay. But if you go back before that, then what crimes were done like that with two young girls found by a creek, abducted, and you see where I'm at?
I see exactly where you're at. There was another murder that I was trying, a set of murders, two little girls, and it was somewhere, I think, in the Midwest, about 5, maybe 6 years ago, and I don't remember if that was ever solved. They
Now,
left
where?
home during a party or something, and they didn't find them till later that day, dead in a ditch.
Ooh, yeah. You know what? I'd like to know the cause of death.
If anybody out there remembers it, maybe you could zap it into the chat, and don't forget to hit like and
I'll
subscribe.
hit like.
Okay, you'll hit like.
I always
Well,
do.
I can't hit like from here. They would have had the bicycles, and I think their backpacks or purses were there. And that's about it from that set of murders, because their bodies were really sad,
Now,
very decomposed when they found them. And I think it was about 20 or 21 miles away
from where?
from where their bikes were taken.
Are you
Or
talking about Evansdale?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it was about 25 miles to the northeast.
Well, I had the 20 right.
Yeah. I think they said it was about 25 miles away. And you know what? That's probably a straight line that probably isn't even road travel, which would have made it more.
No, it is. It is quite a ways, and I don't know how far, but it sure would seem, unless somebody just got lucky, that that person had to know where he was going, because I don't. It wasn't a well-traveled road, and it was pretty barren with nobody back in there the time of year he did this,
Yeah, right, right.
because it had become more of a hunting conservation area.
Yeah, well, they were found by hunters.
Yep, 6 months later.
Yeah. In fact, they said that they were in a it was almost like a hole. They said if you was walking by and didn't look down, you never would have seen them.
Hmm.
You know, it was like they were purposely hidden in that kind of a way. But you know, it brings up the whole thing of Delphi, and it brings up a point that I don't really like to point to. You know, I don't like to talk about the bodies or, you know, anything in that, because it really is speculation. But we can go by some things that law enforcement has stated. You know, and that's Doug Carter said, the way you left those girls there at the crime scene that day, they're no longer like that. Now, people have pointed to the fact that, and I forget which law enforcement officer had said it, that there was a lot of strange evidence at the crime scene, but not like anybody would think. Well, I don't know what anybody would think. You know, I mean, like, I don't put my mind to thinking about how the bodies were left exactly. And even if I did, without knowing any further that was ever left like that, it would be kind of meaningless to me, you know, as to how that they were left. But, you know, it's open for debate.
Okay, well, I don't know. The one thing that you said that I did catch is that the bodies were found, the Evansdale bodies were found down in a small ditch or something like that, where
Well,
they
yeah,
couldn't be
I think
seen.
they actually said it was kind of, it's not like it was a dug hole, but it was down into a hole. And they said, you know, with the overgrowth, that unless you was walking right over it and looked down, you wouldn't even see them.
I don't know how people can do this to kids. I really don't. It's beyond the scope of what I can think.
Miss Cavalier is on the phone. You should be able to see that by the little by the little avatar on the upper right. We also have Greeno joining in. So he's going to pop in here with us for a moment. There he is.
What's going on, everybody?
How you doing?
Good.
Miss Cavalier. This is Anthony Greeno. Anthony Greeno, Miss Cavalier.
Hello.
I think we met once before.
My apologies.
Oh, don't worry, Anthony. I'm 65.
I'm 34.
Oh, man. I was telling people you was 35. I gave you an overestimate.
Wow. No.
My apologies, sir.
Yeah. No, I've been listening. I was making some eggs. I was hungry.
Oh, that was the scratching we was hearing.
Yeah.
Was you eating eggs?
Well,
Yep.
it was not me.
Yeah.
Okay, Greeno.
Yeah.
Did his wife tell you that they had dinner date at 4 p.m.?
My second time I contacted her. Yes.
Okay, the second time.
Yes.
Outstanding.
Not okay. When I released that one email, I didn't know that at that time.
Right, but you emailed her back and then got that information.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wrote her back.
To the fact that the FBI told her to say that.
Yeah, because I emailed her back and saying, well, what time and blah, blah, blah. And she kind of got mad at me. She's like, I told you, man, that I wasn't going to talk no more, that, to respect that. But you know what? This is the last question I'm going to answer. And it was at this time and no more questions. And I'm like, all right, my bad. I'm sorry, you know.
Well, you was working, wasn't you, Mrs. Bruce? Was you not? Hmm? You
Yeah,
was
and
working at that
Walmart
time, or you guys would have been like without money. Is that not true, man?
well, and the other thing is Walmart's cutoff time is 6. They usually don't get out by 4 unless they're part-time.
Oh, was she working at Walmart? Is that where it was?
I believe so.
Okay.
And that's why she's Watson. And she finds this stuff out.
Well, I've seen you guys talking about Evansdale.
Yeah.
Seven bridges.
Yeah.
20 miles away and stuff like that. Yeah, Evansdale is a hard one with the DNA because of the time frame. You know, the bodies were too badly decomposed. They don't even know how the girls had died.
Yeah.
So it was real tough for them to get any kind of evidence from that, you know.
Well, you know, I mean, I can't point to one way that they did not die, and that is by a bullet wound.
Yeah.
You know, because if it was a bullet wound to the head or whatnot, it would have been clearly apparent, even with the skeletal remains.
Yeah.
You know, but his normal cause and reasoning is knife or strangulation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that did not apply with Jamie Schmidt, but that's only because he had a handgun with him.
Yeah. Yeah. And man, you know what I think about that scenario there that happened in St. Louis. Just imagine what those other people were thinking when that happened. You know, that he shot her in the head right there in front of everybody.
Yeah.
And that kind of really probably is what made everybody else like, whoa, okay, this guy is like really serious, you know.
Look, if a guy comes in with a handgun and orders 3 women into a back room to disrobe and then does the woo diddy up the backside, that pretty much screams serious right there. You know, this guy's probably not joking around about that pistol, ain't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's such a bad dude, man.
Yeah, not a cool guy, man. Nobody you want to go hang out with. Now, you know what? I want to point this to Ann Pates. I called the tip in about that because upon seeing how she died and where and the time, you know, and seeing that like Montrose had 1 bar, it was closing time. He was on his way back to Flint, Michigan down Highway 58, and that was 2 miles east of Montrose. I said, you know what? I better at least give them the, you know, the lowdown on Thomas Bruce. So I called, I gave him the name, and the lady's like, that name's already been turned in. I said, really? Well, hang on. Let me check real quick. Yeah, that name's already been turned in. So I was like, well, okay, fair enough. Good. Outstanding. But then it led me to think, well, if he's at that bar with his drinking friends or whatever, they knew he was going back to Flint. They knew the time and the paper that the car was found there and her approximate time that it would have broke down in travel time from Saginaw.
Yeah.
Well, they probably would have looked at him as like, well, hey, man, did you see that car on your way home? Was she outside of it? Was she there? You know, and he was probably held somewhere in the back of somebody's mind as a possible person of interest. And then when that came out with the Catholic supply store, they're like, yeah, you know what? I'm calling that shit in right now. You see where I'm at? Because, yeah, he is that dude.
Yeah. And you know what? It is interesting that when she said that about him being tipped in, you know, it's like, it makes you wonder, okay, when was he tipped in? Was he tipped in?
Yeah. I asked her about that, and she goes, well, I'm not privy to give out that information. So, you know, but yeah, that was the first question on my mind was, well, how long ago was he tipped in? You know, because if it was like right after the Catholic supply store, then it would hold very true in my mind that somebody thought, yeah, he could have been that dude. You know, he don't seem like that dude, but you know what? Some things don't jive with what he's saying. You see what I mean? Because I'm certain that, like, especially in a town the size of Burlington, that would have been the talk for quite some time, that she was picked up, brutally raped, murdered, dropped out in the woods, found the next morning, DNA, you know, I mean, the whole nine like that.
Right.
Now, I found out the cause of death for this reason. When I started looking into it, I found that a guy's home was searched and they found a pistol that they confiscated. But the thing is that a gun was not on the list of things they were looking for. They was actually looking for a knife because the cause of death was that her neck was slit open. You see where I'm at?
Mm-hmm.
And that she was brutally raped and, you know, neck slashed. And I thought, okay, man, right there it is, man. Brutal rape, murder, neck slit. That right there screams Thomas Bruce.
Yeah.
And again, DNA fingerprints, no one to point to. Where do you go? You go to a man who's never committed a crime that had any of that in the legal database.
Yeah. And dude, you know what? A lot of people, I want to answer one person's question. Oh my God, Snake says he has family in Marion. Is that anywhere close to us? It's east of us. It's not far, but it is east of us, to answer your question. But the DNA thing, a lot of people, or when I say the suspect never committed a crime before, right? A lot of people analyze two things. They're like, well, he did commit crimes. I'm not saying he didn't commit a crime. I'm saying he'd never been arrested for one.
That's where I go, because everybody hits me the same thing. Well, it's not that he never did. Okay, it's not that he never did. He never got caught, goddammit.
Exactly. And they're also like, but he was never arrested for, like, some of these persons of interest, you know, these people that have come up. They're like, well, he just now arrested for a felony, so his DNA wouldn't be in the database. I'm not basing that on DNA. It's fingerprints. They got fingerprints off something, you know, like he was saying. One of those people in that new podcast they're talking about, well, there's weird evidence. There's a lot of crime scene evidence. Even Rob Ives said that on another podcast. There's a lot of crime scene evidence. They've got this person's fingerprints on something that ties that person to the crime. Maybe it's, who knows? We don't know what will happen, but let's say a weapon was there or some sort of ties to bind someone, something like that. That's just a guess.
Okay, you know what? Let me throw this on top of it. If there were leaves and twigs and so forth, you know what? They got the fingerprints from Mary Pryor off of her clothes where she was drugged by the suspect.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of ways to obtain fingerprints. You don't have to like go up and physically do this to you can't see that, you know, where you like roll your fingerprint on there to get a fingerprint. They can analyze that, and in a lot of cases, they use like a super glue.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah, it like peels off. And
Well,
they have,
no, I ain't talking like Elmer's glue. I'm talking super glue. If you take like something like maybe metal and you roll your fingerprint across it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you go around the outside and you put super glue. That super glue will like adhere to the fingerprint and make it much more clearer.
Wow. That's interesting.
Do you want a little bit more graphic detail about how they do it?
Yes, if you wish. I would love to hear it.
There is a metal lab type arm that they position specifically, and they put visqueen over the body, and then they seal it with tape. And in the meantime, they put super glue in a container and they heat it inside with the body inside the sealed plastic.
Yeah.
That concoction, whatever you want to call it, spreads over all the surfaces and adheres to fingerprints, and then they have to dust the body.
Exactly, mystery reveal. You got it.
Got it.
That's cool. That's you know, for people just to think about how to come up with that is just awesome. You know
what? You know what? Let me take you back in time, and I think the year was 1992. I was in Oklahoma, and I had of course, I was messing around with super glue, and I had some on my finger where I had touched something, and it had kind of stuck, and I like peeled it back out real quick. And when I looked back at it, like part of that fingerprint, it adhered to over the top of it, kind of revealing the fingerprint. Now, I never gave that any thought as far as like crime goes, but when I found out that they use like a super glue, it's whatever is in super glue, and it may just be super glue. It looks like it's like cyan. It's like it's got cyanide in it.
Mm-hmm.
If you look up what it is, it's cyan something. But anyway, I mean, it definitely does help reveal fingerprints, and you can get partial, full matches, everything like that.
Well, you know what? That's really cool that they can do that, and they've obviously done something like that with Delphi because everyone's like, well, his DNA wasn't in the database. These peoples that are coming up, and I'm like, but their fingerprints are if they've been arrested. How would they know a person's never committed a crime before because that's the only thing that everybody gets taken. It's common is your fingerprints, and they do like the side of the hand, the bottom, the top, these parts of the finger, everything's. So it's not just a fingerprint; it can be this part of your hand, that they can find that from. So it's a mixture of things, but it's like that's why I always point back to these people as the suspect never committed some sort of crime prior to this other thing, and if he has committed a crime since, then they know those fingerprints have matched.
Exactly. Now, that's where I took that when we was told that it's like that he had never committed a crime. Well, you can't say that with DNA, but you can with fingerprints.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I first said that, everybody's like, nah, he didn't leave no fingerprints. Are you mad? Are you insane? My God, this guy was a freaking computer hacker. Jesus H, man, you're calling him an idiot. No, I'm calling him a monster. That he knew he didn't have fingerprints or DNA in the database. And guess what? He didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
He didn't give one rat's behind about leaving fingerprints.
Yeah, because as long as you don't get arrested, they don't know.
That's right. Now, had he been arrested by Officer Cherry at the pullover, game over. He would have already been in Carroll County.
Yeah.
Almost, Michael.
Why?
Well, no, you're technically right, I think.
Thank you very much.
That's what he got him for.
And hey, you know what, man? I love John Wings, bro. You was cool.
There you go. Look at that. Jay Keller right there. See that comment right there above the one you just said. The Hockenberry guy sounded good till Greeno said about he was arrested before. See, I forgot about years and years since I was in jail. See, and that's the thing. It's like that's the thing I always revert back to. Is when you're before February 13th, 2018, when we knew about that, we was looking into sex offenders and criminals and things like that, and then after that, it changed. It's like, you got to look for those people that never did anything.
Hold on a second. Incognito, Greeno can join till 7.
Yeah. You know what? I'll just give it 5 more minutes and I'll head out and let her join or whatever.
Well, I wanted her to join after, me and Miss Cavalier finished up.
Okay.
Because I wanted to make this a little bit longer. That way everything can be, gotten out. And, we're not covering the same thing as we always cover because these always come up in every video. Mm-hmm. Kind of the same thing. But I do want to cover it because there's like 122 people here, and that's good because it really gets the information out.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to take a call?
Like me or her?
Well, Devil's Ants wanted to call in.
Absolutely. Let's chat.
Bring him on. I'll mute my mic while he talks.
No, hey.
What?
Well, there probably ain't a need.
Well, I guess you're right. Yeah, because I always think about the feedback, but I guess there won't be. Bring him on.
Oh, I got to wait for him to call first.
Oh,
a minute.
That's right. I keep forgetting. I tried to bring him on my show the other day, and he couldn't use the StreamYard for some reason.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Devil Ants, you need to figure that out.
Man, just click the link.
Yeah,
you know what?
I don't have a phone number.
I sent it to Geo. Hold on a minute. There it is.
Geo knows.
And Geo just clicked on it, and there we were. Double Lance, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, Mike?
Same as it ever was, except tonight I'm doing it on Thursday.
Mike, I got a couple of questions. First of all, did you get that I sent you on Messenger?
Did I what?
Did you get the information I sent you on your Messenger?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did, and I went and looked at it.
Did you get a chance to look over it?
I did.
Well, there's just a couple of questions I got pertaining to that, and the other is something I had to ask about the fingerprints. I'll get the fingerprints last. The first one is the 2-minute audio. They talked about that, what I sent you, and they had someone had talked to Becky Patty and asked her about her listening to the audio, the entire audio. And she said she didn't, but she did get to listen to a 2-minute snippet, according to what the text is on there. Now, I'm not saying this is fact. I'm just asking you a question.
Right.
According to these texts, it says that the guy was talking to the girls, and one of the girls said that is he still following us? And the other one said, okay. And then there was, she says that there was some bickering with the guy about about where to go down the hill or whatever. And then he tells them to go down the hill. First you hear a gun cock, and then you hear him say down the hill. Now, I know you got a chance to look at it. Is there any truth to this whatsoever?
No.
So it's bull.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. When you say a man talked to Becky, Becky doesn't know. And I bring this up for this reason. During the briefing, when they added the word guys before down the hill, they said this morning was the first time that the family got to hear this. Now, that tells me right there that they never heard the full of that, nor would they allow the family to listen to the full of it. Because it is investigative knowledge, and they don't want that out. They don't want the family knowing, because the family could tell somebody, and guess what? Down the way, just like you're explaining, then people would know. Well, they don't want them to know, and that's why. And that's why I don't go to unreferenceable sites like that one.
And also, they could potentially leak that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they could potentially leak it, and also that they had to look at this as anybody could be the suspect. So why potentially? And I'm not saying the family's involved. Don't anybody take this as that. But what if that one of those people are involved, and they potentially show them what they've got on that person?
Yeah,
they would. Yeah, they would never do that, because that's just. It would be ridiculous. Law enforcement would blow their whole thing if they did that.
Precisely. Exactly.
Well, I can't recall if it was Carrie or Anna Williams that did say that they got to listen to more of the recording, but not the entire recording.
Yes.
Now, according to this, it said that they didn't get to listen to the entire recording. They only got to listen to like a 2-minute snippet.
Now I could think that they listened to maybe more of it, because they did say that more audio was played for the family a long time ago when they said they announced they had DNA evidence. But I don't think that they listened to anything involving the suspect, because that's potential investigative stuff. I think they could have listened to maybe what the girls were talking about prior to the suspect approaching them. Maybe what they were talking about up to that point. I think that could be some of the stuff that they listened to, but I don't think that they would have let them listen to a whole bunch of the suspects, because in reality, Devil Lance, when you take that walk from the end of the bridge down the hill, down the other hill, over to the creek, it's only a 2 to 3 minute walk. So you don't really have a lot. There's not a lot to, if you think that they were walking all the way up to that creek right there, it would be difficult for them to hear everything that was going on with the crunching of the leaves throughout the whole time. And you know what I'm saying? It would just be difficult to picture that for me, that they could hear everything that was going on up to that point.
Okay, well, I mean, the reason, I tended to think that maybe the family had listened to some of it is I had something like that similar happen in my family, and they did release the info to some of my family members. Every case is different. Now, I will say that. It's just that it made me wonder if there was any part of it was BS, or any part of it could have been true. That's the reason I asked.
Well, my thoughts are that it is BS, because you know what? It's the same thing like John Kelly Profiler had said, like with them saying, well, is Mr. Creepy Guy still behind us? Well, what if that's a moniker? What if that's something that a local guy goes by? Maybe that's where they should be looking in at. And I thought, man, this guy's out of his freaking mind.
Yeah, that's what I said. But I figured I'd ask. Number two.
Uh-huh.
I would ask about did flannel shirt guy when he met BG on the trail, was there any mention that he was wearing a scarf?
No.
Yeah.
Was there any mention to BG did flannel shirt guy mention? Is there anything in there that flannel shirt guy said that BG had a scarf around his neck?
No.
Yeah, I never heard anything about a scarf, but I think that the hoodie rolled up to the front kind of looks that way. But, you can tell by the way it's rolled that it's not a scarf, like it was rolled and then tucked down.
Yeah, and also, if he had a scarf on, how would they be able to give some sort of a description on what he looks like? I don't
think it was anything to mention that he had it over his face. I think it was mentioned that he had it around his neck. In my opinion, when we blow up when I tried to blow up the pig, you do see something kind of white underneath the chin. I know it has no, anything in the ID or anything, as far as to me or anybody else, but I just thought I'd ask the question, it would be something that could ID the white spot underneath the chin.
Yeah. And you know what? They never said anything about like anybody like looking bloody or wet or anything like that. But really, when we was testing our theory, like filming someone's wet jeans that are similar to the suspects, you couldn't even tell that they were wet. It just looked like a darker pair of jeans.
Did you see when I walked across the creek?
Yeah.
Okay. Now mine was shorter by 22 minutes, and I want to point that out. Okay. But you could see where it was wet, but my jeans were darker as well. You could see to where it was wet too. But now if you gave that 22 more minutes, I don't think that you could have determined that at all.
Right. And it also depends on the height of where it was wet. You know what I mean? If it goes all the way up to your waist and your whole pants are wet, it would just look like you got a darker pair of jeans.
Exactly. You wouldn't tell that they were like wet.
And why would you even have any inclination to think about that? When some dude's walking by you, you wouldn't think, man, that guy's pants are wet in February. I don't even think you would ponder that would even be a possibility.
You would hear if somebody's boots are squishing or something like that if their feet was wet. I don't know. I personally, I would pay attention to something like that, but I don't know about anybody else. I would wonder what the hell the guy was doing. What's this nut job doing? I'd be scared that damn guy was going to attack me or something. But anyhow, it brings up another question. You was talking about you crossed the creek. Is that private drive? Is that on the side where the girls was found?
No.
Or is it's on the side before you get to the creek?
Well, you have to go down that side of the bridge.
I'm going to pull it up, dude.
Okay. You have to go down that side of the bridge on the south side, cross the private drive, go down another hill to hit the car path, and then take the car path back east to then cross the creek to the north side. The north side's where the girls were found.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask that is about the shoe that was supposedly found on the private drive.
You know what? I don't even know that. In fact, I kind of highly doubt that, unless law enforcement actually said that. But even so, even at that, man, I mean, you know what? They're saying anything to back this off of a lot of areas. Now, I'm not saying that the shoe wasn't found there, but why? Why would she take her shoe off there? I mean, why wouldn't the rest of her clothes be there? Why would she just take a shoe off?
I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't know.
All right, I got it pulled up. If you want to pull it on there.
She would come on. I don't know. I just thought I'd ask. See if it was BS too.
Well, take a look at this.
Hang on a second. Wait. First, I wanted to answer Blue-Eyed Al's question. How can it be Bruce? He's bald. That's the dominating factor here. No, not really, because he was wearing a hat. You couldn't see the top of his head. The only thing you could see was the sides. Now, I can go pull up a mugshot of him right now. Hold on a second, Greeno. I'm going to remove yours for just a moment.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm going to show mine here, and I'm going to go pull up a recenter picture. Now, mind you, this is 3 years after the fact. I want to point that up because, yeah, he was graying, but the sides of his head, and I have to cover this every single video. This is the question that I hate answering every single time out. Every time out, man, I got to answer these questions because, like, people don't get it, man. People do not freaking understand. Look at the sides of his head. Up here where a hat is, yeah, he's bald. You know what? He probably wasn't that far bald, man. Go back 3 years ago. But, yeah, he's balding. But look at the sides of his head right here. He's got hair. Now, let me go back one more where he's down here in court, right here, as a prime example. And I'll blow this up a little bit so that people can see it so they don't think I'm just pulling a line of shit. Look at the sides of his head. Now, this is after he was shaved, bald, because after the Delphi happened, they said he would try to change his appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, he shaved his head pretty much bald. But look right here. Look how dark that hair is. You don't think if it was a little longer, it'd be sticking out the sides of the hat, looking a little reddish brown? That's the color of his hair, people. And that's why. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Enough of that. Now back to, wait, there you go.
Okay.
Now you're sharing your screen.
So
now, if anybody else asks me that question, you know what? I'm going to send you back to a video that explains it. In fact, I ain't even going to do that. I will disregard it and keep talking.
So,
okay, Michael, can you show me that picture one more time?
Hey, hold on. Go ahead.
No,
Miss
I'm
Butler.
kidding.
no.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Humor taken.
Yeah. He's bald. No.
He's bald, man. Didn't you see the second sketch? He's a young guy with a full head of hair. He didn't have a hat on. Are you mad? Both of the people that seen him, he had a hat on. Where they came up with that second sketch was completely BS. It's generic, it's bogus, and it was to kill the investigation. If you think otherwise, carry on about your way. Go elsewhere because it's just not funny to me anymore.
Right.
All right, go ahead.
So I can't remember what Devil Lance was talking about.
Can you count on each hand? They just keep repeating it, don't they?
Well, I made a whole video speaking about it, and people still come on.
Well,
he's bald and shit.
People live in the here and the now, dude. It's not okay. What was done last week, that's old news.
Yeah.
And that's what people do, man. I tell people, dude, I've got videos going back 3 years. Go back to WKT's videos 3 years ago. You go and find all the information you're asking me. You can just watch these videos and you'll be fully in everything that I know, you know. But it's like, I don't understand. But I can't remember what Devil Lance, what was you asking a minute ago about something about like from here to here? You know, from
the private drive was on. That was it.
Show, blow that up and show him where the private drive is, where they were abducted and where the bodies were found.
Okay.
And point out the creek. You know what? If you can.
What do you want me to do? Rotate?
No, I'm going to make it full size.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, while you're doing that, Mike, I was going to ask you another quick question here. Y'all talk about the fingerprints and everything. Now, I don't know if my personal experience has anything, to do, every case is different on this, but when my fingerprints went to the database years later, I got, every young man has their wondering and gets in trouble. when I went in, they already had my fingerprints pulled up. Now, like I said, they got that from my military record where I went in the database. That was because I like to wander, drink a few beers and stuff like that while I was in the military. You know?
Now, was you arrested when you was in the military?
There's a few times, you go to the brig for drinking,
Well, there you go. But that's how they got there. They didn't get him through the military.
But my thing is when he got picked up and everything like that, on these latest cases and everything.
Yeah.
Now, do you know if they've got? I know they had to get his fingerprints, of course.
Yeah.
You know if it was able to force him to get DNA from him or anything like that?
No, look, the FBI. Listen, the FBI was there the following day to get his DNA. There it is. They got his DNA.
Yeah, it ran it through
That fast, that quick. When he was arrested, they was there next day. Got his DNA. Carroll County sent their suspect DNA off right before Christmas of 2018.
Yeah.
They
They did.
He goes to all this stuff is whenever they get all his arraignment and all that good stuff done and everything in court down there in St. Louis, then the other states are going to fall in like a damn ton of laws.
You absolutely, yeah. You bet your ass. He's going to have a bunch on him.
Okay.
Well.
All right. So let me answer this real quick for you, Devil, and then I've got to roll out and head over to ban stuff. So this is the way you would walk into the bridge. Is heading this way where my mouse is going.
Now he's headed south there.
Yes. Yeah. So where you enter the trail is way down here. This is where the girls had entered the trail, and they walked down this way. And you're walking across. This is where the picture was taken of Abby. Was right around in here. Actually, that exact spot. And then when you come down here, this road here is the private drive. Okay, so it goes underneath this portion of the bridge and then goes all the way up to the Weber property. Now, right here at the end of the bridge, this is a very steep hill that comes down. Then on this side of the private drive right here is another hill that is
very, very steep.
Very steep. This is much steeper than this hill. This hill, if you try to get down that, you're going to fall. Guaranteed. It's a guaranteed. But right here, it goes down a gradual grade.
Don't fall now.
Yeah. It goes down a gradual grade, and you can come right down into
FCC, bro.
A car path here. Excuse me. Well, once they went down the first hill, then they were on the private drive. Then they had to go down a second hill, and then right over here, there's like a perfect car path that goes all the way over here. This is the most shallow part of the creek is right here. Okay, it's really shallow until you get right here. This is the deepest part, is right over in this area. But once you cross that, right here is where they had the crime scene tape. And this is the area that the bodies were found. So if I stretch that out and look at it from a bigger point of view, it's not, there's the cemetery, and Ron Logan's property starts right around in here.
And that's where the ravine is.
Yeah, this is the ravine right here. Okay, so
a deep ravine.
Yeah, very deep, and you can see that on some of our videos. Very deep ravine, but from here to here is only about a 2 to 3 minute walk.
Yeah,
from the end of the bridge to there, it doesn't take very long to get there. You can actually see the creek and everything from over here. But where the bodies were, there's a big thing of trees right there. So it's the most secluded spot. So it makes sense that he took them over here because it's the only spot that you really can't see much because the trees are blocking your way from over here. And of course, he didn't want to leave them over here where anybody on the private drive, you could see that private drive just from standing down here. So that's kind of all I've got is just to show him that area. It's only a 2 to 3 minute walk, from there to there.
Okay, cool.
So.
Well, that's about all I got. Is somebody else trying to call, Mike?
Oh, somebody was.
Well, I hold you up there, Ring. Let them call in, do their questions. Well, like I told you, dude, I had a few questions I wanted to run by you, and I'll get back in the chat and resume there. And
hold on. Wait a minute, Miss Cavalier.
Yes, I'm here.
Well, I know, but you was not an answer to any question, and I do not want you to feel like you are being neglected, none.
Oh, not at all. Not at all.
Well, if you had anything to answer on Devil Ance's questions.
I didn't. I think you two answered them very adequately.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, but that's not saying anything.
Well, I think they were all good questions. I think that because Thomas Bruce did change his appearance, that a lot of people don't think about what he looked like before.
Right. Yeah.
And no, there is, and you and I have discussed this, so you won't be surprised, but there's a very good reason that St. Louis contacted other law enforcement agencies, and we know that because Barry Scheck got a letter.
Yeah, Barry Scheck got a letter, and you know what? I think that, well, there's information that I can't reveal, of course, that I am an understanding of, but I think that it was kind of pointed out to me that there was very much indications of these other crimes that were involved by the same.
I agree with you. I think, you and I pretty much agree on that.
Yeah.
And unless something comes out major otherwise, I'm stuck right here. Thomas Bruce, I think they're taking this time and possibly delaying the investigation so St. Louis and the FBI has time to backtrack and find all the places that he visited.
Exactly.
He was an extensive traveler.
Yeah, and you know what? It's kind of like I had told people. It's like when he's got that proper drunk on and the opportunity arises, there's the monster.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I mean, for whatever reason, once that courage is built and opportunities right there, he don't care how old they are. And people go, well, I don't get it. 77-year-old kids, that don't mean anything to me. Well, it don't mean anything to you, but it does to Thomas Bruce. It's a female that's there that he can take off and humiliate, murder, strangle, be a dick to. Be that monster.
There's some sick individuals out there in this world, man. People just don't realize it.
Oh, he's one of them.
There are. Hey, listen, man, I got to roll out here in just a second, but I wanted to answer someone's question.
Go ahead.
Someone was asking about how they can get merch. Well, I can do merch for him, I got to point in the right direction. For him up there. I can make T-shirts for him. I can make T-shirts for my stuff or other stuff. He was asking how to do that. Just send an email to him if you're interested in merch, or send an email to me, and I can get you guys set up for that. So if you're going to buy merch for him, then you're going to send him the PayPal. Okay. If you're going to do it through me, then it would go through me. But I got to head out of here, man.
Hey, you know what? If somebody wanted merch from me, I'd want the one where I'm pointing,
I can, dude.
You did it.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know if anybody knew this or not, but I am at my job right now as a private well, not really a private investigator. That's a lie. I'm actually a private consulting detective, badge number 2.
Yeah, he's investigating privately.
Well, that was what Sherlock Holmes was. That he invented that job title. Private consulting detective. It was actually invented in the books by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. That he invented that job title. Well, I seen where I could make a badge to have that on it, number 2, and I said, yeah, that's what I'm going to do because I am a private person. And when I showed Icons that, he goes, do you have a license for that? I said, do I need one as a private person? I was just testing, man. That's what he said. Just testing your knowledge.
Yeah. Do you have a license for that, dude? You can go to jail for that. Yeah.
No, I can't.
I know. Hell, I wear my badge up at the Carroll County Courthouse. John's like, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it, man.
Hey. Turn around.
Turn around, man. Put your hands behind your back. Am I being detained? Motherfucker, are you?
No, you're arrested, dude.
Detained don't mean shit where you're going.
We skipped that portion of it. Yeah. So, all right. So I'm going to plug my podcast. Tomorrow, if anybody's interested, the murder of Nicole Bowen, killed by Garrett Kurtz and his cronies. We are our podcast tomorrow night on Unsolved Indiana at 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Eastern time?
Yeah, it's a podcast, just an audio podcast. So we have the family members of her on there. So you guys can check that out if you want. All right, man.
Forward to it, bro.
See y'all later.
Say it right.
Adios, Greeno.
On that note, everybody, I'm Anthony Greeno over here at True Crime Investigates. Keep it Southern style, y'all.
Yes.
Peace out.
Bro. Okay. Back to us.
I was going to tell Greeno real quick that I wasn't trying to avoid him the other night when he wanted me to call in. I couldn't get that StreamYard to work on my tablet.
Yeah, you know, oh wait, there he is.
I hear you, man, and you know what? Some people have problems with that from time to time. So maybe Katt can help you figure out how to work it or whatever.
Oh hell, you're asking the wrong dude, man. I have no idea on telephone. You know that.
I'll go over to my brother's and see if he can get something done with it.
You know what? Now I tested it with Dio, and I sent him the link. He was on his cell phone. He clicked it. Bam! There he was live. So it might be a setting that you have.
Okay. All right, man. I'll see y'all later.
All right. Peace, Greeno.
I can get it to work on the other thing that they got. God, I cannot remember the name of it. They was lying. I cannot get that StreamYard to work on my Galaxy 5. But yeah, dude, I'm gonna get out there and let someone else call in. I don't want to hog up all your time, brother.
Hey, man, it's all good, man. It's always good to hear from you, man. And I hope you stay healthy and stay updated on the case. All right.
All right, I'll give you a call. I'm gonna get back in the chat, but I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow and ask you to talk to you offline about some other stuff.
Yeah, you say, you know what? You say that every time, and I never hear from you, man.
I don't want to talk on your stream about something other than the Delphi case. You know what I'm saying?
No, man. Oh, you told me the other night I'll call you after the show. Well, I'll call you tomorrow. It's like next day, man. There's no call from Devil, man.
Well, I'm 2 hours behind you, dude, and I swear I don't want to keep you up to midnight.
At midnight's when I shut my phone off, dude.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to keep you up that late, brother.
Well, again, I'm up that late, and that's when I shut the phone off at. So, yeah, man, look, anytime between 10 in the morning Eastern time and 12 midnight Eastern time, give me a ring. Because, hey, if you call me at just before midnight, fuck, I'll stay up and talk anyway, man.
I'll tell you what, brother, I'll be down at the VA in the morning, and when I get outside done, I'll give you a ring from there, okay?
All righty. I will talk to you then, bro.
All right. I'll be in the chat.
Later. All right, Miss Cavalier.
Okay, it looks like it's just me and you, huh?
It is us.
All right. Do you want to continue on with this, or do you want to ride into the sunset?
No.
On two horses. No. Now, wait a minute. On two horses on the beach in Hawaii.
What?
I said, would you rather do this or ride off on two horses on the beach in Hawaii?
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
Are you offering transportation in the horses?
As soon as I rehab my knee, yeah.
Okay. All right. You know what? Michael Cassa gives his affirmative. Yes, he would like.
Okay. All right. Let's go on with Mary Pryor.
Okay.
What do you think about an 88-year-old woman? In fact, let's bring in, gosh, I don't remember her name or if they even released it because of the circumstance. The home invasion and how Mary Pryor is similar to that home invasion.
Yeah, you know what? They never really. Now they did go to this. He was raising funds for some kind of a veterans thing, and I don't know what it was. I mean, I forget off the top of my head. I read it ever ago. And after he knocked on the door and she answered and they talked for a minute, he just barged on in. Now, that's the 77-year-old.
And they did charge him with attempted sexual assault, didn't they?
With her?
Yes.
No, it was sexual assault.
Okay. See, 77 to 88, is not a vast amount of time when you get as old as I am. And I think that it didn't make any difference when he was on one of these tirades. It didn't make a bit of difference how old the women were, as long as they were women.
Exactly. You know what? And I mean, that is something I point out because people look at the age discrepancy like that's no, he only died like it's only with young girls. Well, what about Jamie Schmidt, man? She was 56. Oh, you know, and in 77 and 88. Ann Pates was 24. Elizabeth Collins, man, she was 9. Larry Cook was 11. I mean, girl 1 and girl 2 were 13 and 14 in Delphi. You know, and again, if we draw Susan Collins in it, she was in her early 20s. I don't think the age is something that he's looking at. It's more female. Here's an opportunity. I can abduct them. I can humiliate them. And guess what? That's where this monster gets his happiness. That's what makes him incarnate into the monster.
I agree with you totally. It's like I said, I have trouble putting
We all
my
love you,
head
Incognito.
around those things.
You got a great channel, man.
Incognito's here?
Well, she's been here for a while.
Well, bring her on.
Okay. Get on in here, Incognito. Bring it on in, girl. There's a delay, everybody. We're waiting for Miss Incognito.
That's okay. We can probably talk in the meantime.
We can?
Now, Mary Pryor, if I remember right, doesn't have any close family living. I do believe that there's an attorney up that lives in Lennon, remarkably enough, and works in Owasso, that handled a lot of her affairs and the reward money that I think has long been donated to a charity, her church, because Mary went to church every morning.
Yeah.
If I remember right. And one of the things that made people start looking for her is the fact that she missed church, if I remember right. And they went and found her behind her home in a wooded area. And she was 88 years old, and she had been beaten and sodomized, just like the Catholic Church women.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I did leave that out.
Well, I apologize for bringing it up.
No. I mean, I left it out. For you to say it, that's fine. Okay.
Well, that's as bad as it is. That's the biggest similarity, and the fact that he came in this woman's front door, pushed his way in, and I believe that if we could find the autopsy, if it's been released, that's what we would find, is that it was technically a home invasion in today's terms.
You know what? I think, was it her son-in-law that went over the next day and her door was ajar and the dog was inside by itself?
I think it was a neighbor, but I'm not certain.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I remembered it as being like a son-in-law that went to check on her, but you know what? It could have been somebody from the church as well. Incognito is here. Incognito.
Hello. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing outstanding. How are you doing this evening?
Doing pretty good. Hi, Miss Cavalier.
Okay, now I can't hear Incognito.
Uh-oh.
I can hear you.
Uh-oh. Hang on. Let me see if I can fix that, but I don't think I can. Oh, no. Hold on. How about now? Go ahead, Incognito.
Hi, Miss Cavalier.
Nothing.
That's a negative.
Yeah.
Aw.
Well, crap. You could hear Greeno though, right?
Yeah, I could hear Greeno.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of this. I really don't.
Well, we'll do the best we can.
Well, I'll tell you what would make it easy. Let's get a telephone call, and we will do it right here. Now, this is the number that you call, and in case you got any questions, it's also ticking across the bottom. If you'd like to call and you'd like to discuss something with myself, Miss Cavalier, or Incognito Society, please give us the old ring-a-ding. You know what? It don't matter what your question is. Just don't ask me the same old question. It upsets Mr. Katt. He's not happy with it. He gets mighty irritated. He might come through YouTube and get charges if need be.
Hey, Kat, do you want me to go back out and come back in, see if that would make a difference?
You know what? Try it.
Okay. Be back.
All right. We'll be waiting. You know what? Your husband is likely correct because I have reason to believe that there could be demonic, not possession, and I don't want to say that, but if you're looking at like sacrifice of kids, that does kind of promote in the same way. Go ahead now, Incognito.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Sue? Miss Cavalier?
Yes, I can.
Oh.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
I think
Okay,
mysteries
now we got it happening.
awesome.
Okay. So, to you, Incognito, now I watched your video the other night,
Yes.
and it was rather long,
Mm-hmm.
but perhaps you'd like to touch some upon that.
Yeah, I did it in 2 parts, and I was going to do 2 separate videos, and then I just got lazy and smashed them together. So I've had I'm on information overload this week. I'll be honest with you. I feel a little brain dead.
Yeah, I think you stated that in the video.
Feel a little brain dead, and I had a lot of thoughts, and I wanted to get them out, and that's why I did that video. I had a lot of feedback on it. A lot of feedback. I was shocked, and mostly good. So, well, what did you think?
Well, I like all your videos, man. I really do, and I think you touch upon some really good points in all of them, really. And you know, the one thing that I'm kind of happy about is that you had discussed going back to the Denise Flume case.
Yes.
And that is something that I too want to do. I mean, I think that I got the degree of the timeline down, but as far as pointing to anybody outside of what I did, I don't think I could do, you know, but I think that the video that I did could have been done in a way better fashion. And look at you, man, you make fantastic videos.
Oh, please.
You do. Hey, Miss Cavalier, would you not agree?
I do agree, and I did watch your video about the $1 million reward.
Yes.
And I think you are absolutely right. When all is said and done, you know, if a woman was married to a man and she thinks he did it, he's got a fake alibi, he was in the area, he's had all the signs that, God, you read everywhere now. But I think that $250,000, say if she had 3 kids.
Right.
And her husband, for all intents and purposes, was making $60,000 a year. That's only 4 years.
Right.
4 years. And if you stop and think about it, that doesn't pay for clothes after that. It doesn't pay for housing, utilities, to feed those kids. I mean, that's still a lot of food. And I remember when my teenagers used to clean out a refrigerator in a day and a half,
Right.
along with their friends.
Exactly.
But, you know, it's not a lot of money.
No.
And it should not be based on money.
Right.
You're right.
But if you stop and think about it, it's just, you know, do you shut your mouth? I wouldn't. I
No.
would never.
Right. And, you know, I had so many thoughts. I've been thinking about what if I was in that person's position? And then I had a comment brought up after I did my video, and I didn't even bring up this angle, but I had thought about it. And I think it was Dana Maupin. I'm not sure how you say your last name, but she said, what if it was your son?
What if it was?
If it was, I have to be honest with you. I would struggle more if it was my son than if it was my husband.
If your
I
son,
agree.
if your son, and I mean, not that I'm posing disagreement.
Oh, I know what you mean.
But what I'm getting at is if my son had did that and I had good reason to believe that he had,
Mm-hmm.
I would want him to go to court on that. I would want him up there because if my son had committed something like that, I would want to know. Because if he had, it would, okay, and I don't have a son, save it to say woof, but at the same time, if he was guilty of that, and I felt that he was guilty of that, where would my love be?
I understand what you're saying.
You see where I'm at? Where would my love be without knowing?
Yeah. And let me ask you this. And I've heard you talk about your family life, so I'm just using this as a generic statement.
Go ahead.
Would your mother turn you in if it was you?
You know what? I would feel, for the reasons that I gave, that if she felt that, yes, he very well may have, even at $250,000, I don't even think it would be about the money, but she would want to know, did he? You know, did he do this? Because if he did, he's not the child that I love.
Yeah, sure. I think it's hard. I mean, we take every aspect and we lay it out and we think we would all do something in that moment. I'm trying to put myself in that person's shoes. And I don't know if it's a wife. I don't know if it's a son or daughter. I don't know exactly who that person they're waiting on to come forward. And this is outside of thinking whether or not it's TV. Okay. So that was hard for me to do that video because I slammed so much information in that video when I was talking about if it wasn't TB versus serial killers. Which I think TB is. And to answer your question, which is the title of your video tonight, would you be shocked if it was Thomas Jerome Bruce? No, I would not. So, for the record,
neither would I, Incognito. And
you know
I'll
what?
tell you, I was once in a position where my son's life was threatened. Let's put it that way. And you just go through all of these emotions, and still, even though he's older now, and when anything happens, I want to take that pain all away.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a bond between a mother and a son that happens the minute they're born.
Yeah, absolutely. And no offense to Michael or any other man here, but there is a difference between a male versus a female's attachment or even reasoning when it comes to something like this. First of all, not every person's going to do exactly like the next person, but definitely a male versus a female. Like you said, a mother and a son situation would be a lot different than if it was somebody's uncle.
Well, okay. let's say that your son, and you had ample evidence to look at that and go, yeah, you know what? Not only could that be him, I also have reason to know that he lied about where he was that night.
Yeah.
Okay. And I really do feel that he had did that. Now, that being your son that you love, okay, would you not turn him in and just go, well, I love him and I don't want him to have to suffer through that kind of punishment? Or would you say, hey, look, this is my son and I got these reasons here. Now, I would like to turn him in, and then that way, you know, I know whether he did this or not. Because if he did commit a crime like that in Delphi, well, although he's your son and you love him, he's not the same son that you loved.
Well,
And I mean, do you see where I'm at? And that's my underlying reason is that, yeah, you know what? I'm not a mother, you know, I'm not a father of a son. So I can't really say from a woman's perspective, but I can say if it was my son and I had really good reason to believe that he had committed a crime like that, even to the point that he lied about where he was that night, you know, to me, and I found that out. Well, would I turn him in? Well, you know what? I would probably talk to him first about turning himself in,
mm-hmm.
because the reason is if he committed that crime, that's not the son that I love.
I totally, and I'm kind of playing devil's advocate here, if you will.
A lot of people do that to me, and they always play devil's advocate.
No,
I get tired of playing God.
I know you're going to reach through the computer and strangle me here. But Indiana is a death penalty state.
Yeah.
And I have to think about the fact that I would be putting my son up for death penalty.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just, again, I'm playing that devil's advocate role. I know me, and yes, I would turn anyone in, but not everybody would. And I'm trying to look at it from that perspective of not everybody would.
Okay, but again, you got two young girls that were brutally murdered. We know that much.
Mm-hmm.
Now, yes, it could be a capital offense, and I'll guarantee you that, you know, I mean, given the right prosecutor, it would be. But on the flip side, normally, as it goes, they go in and they say, look, man, we got all this against you, but if you will verbally and written, you know, plead guilty and not take the not guilty side, we'll drop that to life behind bars. Now, would you rather have your son living behind bars as a brutal murderer, or would you rather just lie and just go, hey, don't do it again? You know? I mean, you see where I'm at.
Sure.
It's one of those things that, like, it's not like you caused his death. It was more what he did and had asked for.
And that's a hard pill to swallow.
It is. It is. And I'll give you that. And I'm not saying that it would be easy, but it was like when people were pointing at a cop that could have did it. Well, okay, if a cop did it, it don't matter if that cop's my best friend and I'm a cop right beside him. If I knew he did that to two young girls, my finger would be like, look, I know damn well he did this.
Mm-hmm.
Not only do I know he did it, man, I can point to the evidence that can show it. Arrest this man, or I will. Right. Because there is no way around that. This is a brutal murder of two young girls that did not need to die. They should be out there living their life. They are someone else's kids that will never see them again. So, yeah. And I mean, it would be my firm hope that anybody, regardless of the money, would turn that person in.
Yeah, me too. 100%.
Yes.
Well, incognito, I just tired of
Okay. You okay to put you on live? Okay. You are on live.
All right. Hey, just wanted to get your opinion on a couple things regarding the case. So, is the reward money still being taken from people?
You know what? I don't know. I mean, like I know the FBI reward money on Delphi murders was like 250,000, but like I said, there isn't a person that will get that. He was already arrested. He was tipped in by law enforcement. There isn't anything that anybody could call in and give them that law enforcement doesn't already know through the FBI. So I don't see any reason why the money would go to a person. And again, I think that if it does come down because St. Louis had called and they had nothing to do with the money, I think it should be at least split between like Delphi County and the family.
Absolutely, because if they know who it is, which we assume they do, your suspect, and they're still keeping this money from people and the money's still coming in, that would be pretty crooked.
Well, you know what? You make a point. You do.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I called into Evansdale and I gave him everything that I knew at that time. That's over a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And now I don't know that the FBI reward money went up, but it was the same as what Delphi's was. It was around 250,000. But the citizen reward money went from 20,000 up to 50,000. So I called him and I'm like, well, look, man, are you guys following up on what I said at all? You know, because it seems pretty clear that with them doing that, now the citizens don't know, and I give them that. And they want this guy caught. In fact, they're screaming, give him the death penalty. We're not the death penalty state, but damn it, in this case, we want it.
Right.
So, you know, yeah, by the FBI doing that, if it is not split with the counties or the families, yeah, I will outright call them crooked in every single video I make. I will say they are absolutely crooked. They took money. They took it for their own self-use. They did it for reasons of no good. And yeah, I'd preach that to the world until the day that they put a bullet in my head. I'd keep going with it.
Right, because they put the one picture on, then they changed the picture.
Yeah,
and
without a hat on.
It is, and they changed that picture to a young guy with curly hair. And in the video, you can't even see the hair. I mean, I really well know that can't be the same person.
It's not. Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of crooked. If they were to keep that money, if they know who it is and they're still drawing that money, I think it's very mean. You know, because this is a community. I think it's a small town community, right? I've never been to Delphi myself. People that are just your average American folk that don't have a lot of money.
Right.
And they're probably donating all they can towards this because they knew these girls personally and they loved them. And so I just think it kind of just, I don't know, stings a little.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give it. Yeah, you know, I'll give it to you. If you know, they're still collecting money and they know who did it, and they're not going to give that money to a person who had called in, then yeah, I mean, you know, what are they doing? Oh, we need more money. I mean, like, hey, man, $1 billion for whoever calls in. You know, and then they give that to the county. Well, guess what, man? There you are, FBI. You're a bunch of federal pieces of shit. Well, it's fact. I mean, that is what you say. It is fact.
It's very confusing to say the least, but I love your show, and I'm gonna let you go because my husband just got home. I gotta make him some supper, but I'll keep listening to it live. Okay. Okay,
man. I appreciate you calling, man. You have a good evening.
Yep. You too.
Bye. Hey, Incognito.
Yes.
Did you have anything to say on that, Miss Cavalier?
Well, I was going to tell her there is an address on the website to send checks in to add to the money, but where the money is, there is a discrepancy between what the actual number is. I've heard 214,000 all the way to 250,000 or 250,000. So it's like, well, what is it?
Well, yeah, but wait, I think that there are two things of money, or there could be.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Well, as an example, the FBI reward money in Evansdale is like 250,000. Okay, but
Really?
the citizen reward money is 50,000. So there's two separate ones. Now there could be a citizen reward money in Delphi as well as an FBI reward money in Delphi in the same like manner.
Okay, I did not know that. For some reason, I didn't know at all that there was a FBI reward in the Evansdale of 250. Had no idea.
Yeah. Now, if you go look it up, because they upped it, it was 20,000, and then a year after I called and I gave them my information, then the citizens upped it to 50,000.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Ms. Cavalier?
No, it might be fun to discuss why the two sketches are so different, because I have some pretty strong opinions on it.
So do I.
Okay. Do we know yours? Yes.
You do.
Yes, I do. But I have been thinking about this, and that's when, brain cells come together, both of them, and I come up with a new idea. I'm wondering, number one, if the sketches are so different because they got two different descriptions from two different witnesses.
Well, you know what? I can kind of in part answer that. In the first one, and I think it was Kim Riley, I believe that was at the press conference where they revealed the first sketch at first. And people was asking about how they came about the details for this sketch. He says, well, it was a big part of our investigation. And then at the one point he said, well, she had told us, and then turned around and quickly said, well, the person had said, and that was the first tip off that one of them was a woman. Okay. Now we found who that woman was, and she had been spoken with. Now she couldn't say anything, of course, it's just like the family, but but anyway, we knew who the woman was, but the woman had talked to him for a while. Now that much was known because when she came upon him, they talked for a couple minutes. Now, as anybody that's seen him, she was the only one that spoke with him and had the most details that she could have gave for this sketch, which was sketch number one. Now, to take somebody else's word for it, like say Flouncer guy who just walked by him, well, what's he going to remember about his face? Very little. I mean, he wasn't looking at his eyes. They weren't in communication where he was staring at his face. I mean, the guy had no reason to feel that Flouncer guy had no reason to put suspicion upon him because he talked to DG after that, okay? And never one time did he mention the man because it was just two girls that weren't answering the phone. That was it. Looking back on it, it's double murder. But at that time, it wasn't even in his mind. Well, I seen a guy walking out of here and, it never crossed his mind. So we know the two people that seen him. We know that both of them seen him with his hat on. So where did the second sketch of some young guy without a hat come on with hair, blah, 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 woo, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's BS. Mm-hmm. Now, let me tell you about what happened the other night. No. Benjamin, no. No. Flannel shirt guy seen BG. But he seen BG before he talked to Derek and never spoke one word about BG, about the suspect to Derek. That's what I'm saying. He didn't have any suspicion on him. They just walked by each other. But the woman watched him, was there talking to him, and she would have been the one that gave the most details for the sketch, which was sketch number one. The second sketch is generic, completely generic because, look, let me go pull it up. And I want people to see this right here. So pay attention very closely as I pull this up. And I want to show you a little something. This is a photo, or actually the mugshot of Thomas Bruce. Let me get back here so I can share my screen. Okay. Let me lengthen that out just for a moment. Now, this right here is a mugshot of Thomas Bruce. Okay. Look at his eyes. Look at his goatee. Look at his face. Are you with me? Now, hold on, because that's the new sketch. Now, this here is the first sketch. Hold on, let me lower that down a little bit. Now, look at that in comparison to that. Now, let's go to the new sketch. No, it's a guy that looks like this. Now, let's compare that back to this. That or that? Is that? No. But the first sketch is exactly him. Now, why didn't they want us to know about that? You know?
Well, Michael, I came up with a new angle. And I know I basically agree with you that it was to stop the investigation. But because people had so much conflict over the old versus new sketch, or the old man matching so many faces in Delphi. I think every second guy matched the sketch. And
yeah, and that's why they wanted to stop it, because they had to go investigate all those stupid people.
What if there's another motive here by the FBI, because they wanted people to think of him a little bit younger than what his true age is, and they released the second one?
But that goes with what I'm saying, that of it being crap and ending the investigation.
I agree with you.
Well,
both times those sketches flopped.
Do what?
Both sketches were bad to release in that kind of format and so different. People can't forget that first sketch.
Yeah, well, good. Because that first sketch was the real sketch.
Right.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not stepping off of that. I mean, other people do, but I don't think like others, man. I don't think like others.
No, I'm not stepping off it. I think that first sketch makes the guy look very old.
Well, I don't. You know what? I mean, when I look at the first sketch, I mean, I'm thinking like upper 40s, 50.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I could say older than that. And then they came in the age range that they released was kind of in that range too.
Well, 18 to 40 isn't an age range, man. That's a generation.
No, I agree, but it's the best you get out of those guys.
Well, yeah, but you know, again, I point to the fact that at that time they had over 40,000 calls. They had to go investigate all of them. That's law enforcement's job. Now, they didn't want any more of that. So after they released the second information, after the FBI had talked to his friends and family and neighbors, all of them said, yeah, I can't tell if that's him in that video. I can't, man. I mean, it could be, I don't know. Then they said, okay, great. You know what? Release the video, because can't nobody tell. So
I agree.
And since they did that and they changed the sketch and they added a new word with a higher pitched voice for whatever reason, you know, it ended it, because anybody calling on that new direction, it was deemed uninvestigatable. We ain't got to go look at this. Unless they said, hey, this guy committed murder, and, you know, in a different murder. I mean, like, why?
Yeah, well, and I do agree with you. They know who it is, and they're just waiting. I think they're waiting to break his alibi. I do.
TB is 45 days older than I am. To the day, 45 days older than me. Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Oh, okay. All right. No, it was just like everything got silent. I thought, oh no, man, YouTube shut down just like Greeno said it would. Holy shit. The world's screwing with me, man.
Well, I'll tell you, I think one of the things that, and I asked once before that if people remember, there were two little girls about 5 years ago, maybe more than that now, I don't know, that were killed in a small community. I want to say in the Midwest, but I'm not going to swear to it.
Yeah.
And they were found quite a ways away from their homes. And I'm trying to remember the names and where that happened. And for some reason, I really am having a senior moment. And I can't remember those girls' names or where it happened because I don't remember it being solved.
Was it Ohio?
It doesn't ring a big bell.
Okay, because I did find one the other day that was up near, and I'm trying to remember the city that was in Ohio, but it was just like so far away. I mean, unless he would travel there. But again, I mean, there was no cause of death. Nothing to relate back to. And if I can't relate something specifically back to him, I'm not going to. Otherwise, I could say, hey, if it's brutal rape and murder, TB did it. There you go. Well, I ain't that dude.
I wonder if he had a cooling off period.
In addition to his victims being female, they're all white.
Maybe. We don't know that.
The ones we've found so far are.
The ones that we found so far are, but actually, man, as a criminal behavior, most serial killers kill within their race. Now, I want to point this out. If age isn't a factor, would race be? Because still it's a female to be humiliated and then preyed upon. And it makes me wonder, would he differ all of that and go outside of his own race?
I don't know.
Me neither, but
That's interesting.
It's an intriguing question.
He doesn't strike me as somebody like that, but what the heck do I know?
Well, you know what? I ask for a reason. I do. I will keep that reason to myself on this video, but I will tell you guys. I'm sure Miss Cavalier understands.
Yes, I do. And that brings me to the point to ask Miss Cognito a question.
Yes.
You and I obviously had the same thought process the other day. Do you think that the Delphi murders were committed by an organized or disorganized serial killer?
More organized. I don't know if he was 100% organized, but definitely more organized than somebody that maybe just started. Do you agree?
No, I agree with you, even to the point where maybe not totally organized.
Right.
And the cell phone is what bothers me. I would, in doing something like that where I'm trying to hide totally, I would have searched those girls.
See, if he was stalking them, that's an obvious, no matter if it's TB or not. But that person was stalking them. He knew Libby had a phone. He could see her taking a picture of Abby and the bridge, whether he was on the south side or whether he was on the north side of that bridge. He was watching. So he knew she had a cell phone.
No, you know what? I agree. Hold on a second. Hold on, Ms. Cavalier, hang on. I agree with you that he was watching them. But what I want to point out is that it's a cell phone. Everyone, aside of me, has a cell phone. A cell phone doesn't mean anything unless it's on record. Now, if I walked up to somebody I would automatically assume that they have a cell phone on them because everybody does. If you talk to them for 3 minutes, you're going to hear a ringtone. That's live. They go, oh, hang on, this might be important. Because it's always going to be important no matter what. This one person might be calling me. Hang on. No, it's cool, man. I'll just but they're they're going to call right back because it's a cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
So they keep calling until they're like, hang on a minute. Yeah, okay. Well, oh yeah, right. And then it's a 20-minute freaking conversation. So everybody's got a cell phone. Now, why? And this is my question. Why would he give a shit about that girl having a cell phone? It doesn't mean anything to him. She's got a cell phone. It might ring. Who cares? And unless he knew it was on video record, it was meaningless to him. Meaningless. And that is the point I make. Looking
Okay,
back
Katt, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Well, then how did you hear me say yes? Okay. Can you hear me now? Crap.
If you muted my mic from there,
I
unmute it.
It's unmuted.
Mine's
unmuted.
unmuted now.
It's unmuted.
Can you hear me, Miss Cavalier?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
I can hear you.
It's unmuted, he said.
Well, fine. He cut me off. I'm out of here.
No.
No. He said it's unmuted. Maybe it's a matter of maybe coming back in like I did earlier.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Well, yeah.
Hey.
Get off and come back on and see if I can get it then.
Is that okay, Michael?
Yes, of
Yeah,
course.
he said that's fine. Yeah, go for it.
Then
No.
here I go.
Okay.
I'll get back somehow.
All right.
You'll be right back.
That didn't cut it off. Hold
See,
on.
I can hear her
still
fine.
here. I don't know how to get out. So, wait a minute.
Hold on.
He can hear you just fine. So I think might be on your end. I'm not sure.
Wait a minute. You know what? Tell her that her mic is muted and I can't unmute it. Maybe she muted it.
Okay, Miss Cavalier. Hello. Okay, she must have gone out.
Hold on. Well, okay. Now she'll be back in a minute.
Okay. You know, when you were talking about the cell phone thing, I've had so many thoughts about that. You know, he didn't care about it in Delphi. He didn't care about it at the Catholic supply store either.
Did they have a cell phone?
Well, there was a call made. I mean, I guess I'm assuming it was a cell phone, but
yeah, but that could have been a store phone.
Yep, you're right. So that would be.
But then again, if you got 3 women, which one won't have a cell phone?
Yeah.
You know, he probably had to put up with ringtones the full time.
Mm-hmm. And then the cell phone with the 77-year-old, her cell phone rang, or a phone rang, and it was her husband.
It said a phone rang, and that could have been a house phone, especially if you're 77.
True. My mom.
In fact, it was probably a rotary.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, my mom's
I'm not making light of, but I'm just saying that's me. You know what kind of phone I'd like to have? A rotary. You know why? Because that's what I grew up using. Thank you.
I know. My mom's 76.
I have to hit buttons and like, what in the hell is a prog? What does prog mean, man? What? Flash? No, don't flash, man. What does that mean? Good Lord. You know, that's me with phones today, man. I don't give a shit. I got a cell phone. You know what? I used it one time. And you know what? Right out while I was using it, I got arrested. Yeah. Well, hang on, man. Miss Cavalier's not coming back. Now, the reason that I muted her is because, I mean, did you hear that scratching sound?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was wondering if she had it on speaker because I could hear the feedback.
Okay. Miss Cavalier, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then. We got it deduced.
Look at that. She
Awesome.
figured it out on her own.
Good job.
Yeah, you know what? Because when I went down here, your mic was on mute, but every time I try to unmute it, it says you can't unmute a a guest phone or a guest mic when they have it muted.
Oh,
But
maybe I but you could hear me. I just couldn't hear you.
yeah, and you could hear her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
very
she could
odd.
hear me. So who knows? It's technology.
Yeah, technology. I'm not down with it. Come here, Bear. Come here. People want to see you.
Hey, Michael, I'm going to have to go here, but I've been wanting to ask you, what is Freedom Bridge for? Is it freedom like American freedom? Is it something specific to Delphi from back in the day? Is it something military based? Why would have TB stopped at Delphi for that Freedom Bridge?
Well, hang on.
I wondered if maybe he kind of came across the Mona High Bridge one time because he stopped at Freedom Bridge and was like, wow, this is really cool and historical.
Well, see, Freedom Bridge is a walkway.
Okay.
And it's like when you cross, like you park on the west side of Freedom Bridge, and then you walk across Freedom Bridge. That's all it's used for. It's just an overpass. Now, when you go back to when it was a railroad, then that's where it crossed over Highway 25.
Okay.
Now, the train that's given there on that big monument, the marble monument,
Mm-hmm.
the number of the train is 765. Well, that's our area code,
Yeah.
you see.
Okay.
And because it was on the Monon track, and that's why it's part of the Monon, well, it's Monon High Bridge Trail.
Okay. So really naming it Freedom Bridge has nothing to do with anything specific. I saw the American flag and thought freedom, and I thought, oh, that would catch his eye.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe. But I mean, I think that he knew of the trail because, I mean, if you're traveling long distance, just like when we used to travel up to the UP of Michigan, you know, we would always hit the rest areas, use the bathroom, stretch our legs, so forth. And it being about midway between there and his family's place, it was probably a place where he'd get out, hike for a little while, knew the trail over the years. You see where I'm at?
Okay.
I mean, that's just kind of my thoughts. It's educated speculation. That's best I can give it. There she is. Alaska Blue's back. Right on, right on, right on.
Alaska Blue.
You know, and again, I was wondering where she went. I don't even know where she goes. You know, she's like, I'm back. Where'd you go?
She's great. She keeps our chat going. It's awesome.
I know. And that's why I like it when she's here. And I tell her that.
Well, I hate to bow out so soon.
Okay.
I have math homework and social studies homework that I have to do with my kids. So you guys are on a much different echelon than me with TB. So I'm going to let you guys keep on. Okay. I'll be listening though.
All right. And hey, it was great having you. And thanks for being here.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. Bye, Miss Cavalier. Bye-bye.
Okay. It's back to us.
How many days was it, Michael, between when the girls passed away and their viewing was held?
You know what? I could look that up. Now, my sister went to that. And she went to that because my niece was a friend of Abby's from school. Now, they were friends. And I want to point this out because I'm telling it the way my sister had told me. They were friends, and I don't know how close of friends they were. But my sister, and you know, with my niece and the whole family moved into Kokomo, and then ended up going from Kokomo and moving back to Camden, Indiana. Okay. So they had kind of lost contact for about a year or so. And, you know, I mean, it's like at that age, you know, friends kind of come and go. But, you know, when she found out that Abby had died, you know, she wanted to go to her viewing because, you know, they had been friends. So my sister took her to the viewing. Now, at that time, because it was right after the fact, and I wanted as much information as possible, she goes, well, I was at the viewing and I can tell you what I know if you want me to stop by. So I said, yeah, please do. Well, my sister, I'll be over in a couple minutes, and 5 hours later she arrives, you know. So she stopped by, and I was asking about the condition of the bodies. And she goes, well, I forget how it was she phrased that. And I said, well, was there any like bruising, anything like that? And she's like, well, they were fairly powdered, you know what I mean, in the face, but Libby's face looked kind of swollen. She goes, and she had a scarf on. Well, initially my thought was strangulation. You see where I'm at?
Yes.
So, I mean, that was kind of my first thought to it, because, you know, you want to hide the bruising around the neck for one, puffy face. You know, it just kind of seemed that way. Now, I don't know, because I don't put anything on those who've seen them, you know, because, man, that could be hearsay, that could be attention seeking. God only knows. So, you know, I only put that as a possibility, but I, you know, I'm just letting you know what her thoughts were. But it was after they had him examined down in Terre Haute, and I think that was like the state coroner lab or something like that, and then brought him back, and then had the viewing, and then the funeral. So it was within, I don't know, it was within a week. I mean, I'll tell you that, probably within so many days.
Well, then my best guess is they could very well, if they brought the girls back after Terre Haute, I would venture to guess that the FBI was there to make sure every test that they could think of or would imagine would be run, or they'd have a sample for it.
Yeah. And you know what? Now, I mean, I've heard various things, and again, it's something that I don't want to touch upon because I don't know, and I don't want to point in any direction without any knowledge. But somebody said, "Well, it wasn't a sexual assault." Well, says who? Did law enforcement say that? I mean, I didn't hear them say it wasn't sexual assault. I mean, you see where I'm at?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
what I'm getting is that I'm not saying that it was a sexual assault, but my point is that when people say, "Well, it wasn't a sexual assault," well, how do you know that? Well, I heard that. Well, anything that you just heard, remain it back here in the back of your mind that could be total BS. That's where I'm at. Even with what I'm saying, if somebody comes on here and says it's not TV, fair enough. But if you ain't got evidence to back that up, hit the road. Just hit the road. I'm not here to hear that. You know, now if you have good evidence for that, lay it on me, man. I want to know that. But if you just come here to say, well, I don't think it's TB, hey, go F yourself.
Now, I wanted to ask you, because Thomas Bruce is very well traveled. He's traveled to China, to Great Britain, the Philippines, and a lot of other places within the United States. And I'm wondering how hard you think it would be for the United Kingdom or China to start looking for murders during the time he was there.
Well, I don't think that China would want part of it. But I say that for this reason. In order to extradite him to China to face those charges, you know, I mean, you would be looking at the money, and China, believe me, they're not about spending money. They're just about, you know, gathering it off the stupid Americans. Look, I bought a hairdryer the other day, and it was working great. Guess what? My hair got sucked into it, spun around the blade, and killed it immediately. I went and grabbed the box, looked at it, made in China. I says, you know what? I'm taking this back to Dollar General, and I'm going to throw it at them, and I'm going to say, hey, screw your Chinese shit. If that's all you sell, I'll carry a sign out front, man, that says, like, fuck this place. Now, when I was coming out of that store, guess who I ran into?
Who was that?
Take a guess.
Doctor, lawyer, or Indian chief?
What was the lawyer?
Oh, God. Was a lawyer.
I told you.
Oh, I know you did, but I thought I was supposed to be playing.
Dumb? No.
Okay, it was the former prosecutor of Carroll County.
Yes, it was. It was Robert Ives.
And what did Mr. Ives say?
He didn't say anything, man. He was walking. He got out of his car. He had his head down. He looked up and he seen me and did a double take. And I'm like, and I told my friend, I'm like, hey, dude, I think that's Robert Ives. He goes, oh, yeah, I think you're right. Well, I went home, man, looked up his photo, and I'm like, yep, it was Robert Ives.
And then you called him?
Well, I did call his office, but they said, well, he's not the prosecutor, so-and-so is. But I think that he is over the Delphi murders case. He was put back on that to prosecute it. Now, the other prosecutor I do want to talk to, because I want answers, man. I want answers. Are you guys going to shoot for the death penalty on this case? Because if you're not, and knowing who it is, you're giving him nothing more than what he already got, and justice is not served in Indiana. Delphi will walk away with looking like a ballless bunch of babies. Look, this isn't 1869. 250 men don't show up with masks to go hang a motherfucker anymore. Okay? So we ain't going to get our justice here. Now, if they don't go for death, believe me, I'll be at the courthouse on public property, and I'll have a sign calling him a fucking ballless piece of shit. Guarantee you I will. Yeah,
Well, I'm glad
because
you
it
put some
is.
thought into
And you know
that.
what? I mean, I understand the whole fact of what would come out if they took him to court. I get that. But the thing is to send him back to do life without parole, he already had that. Why bring him up here and prosecute to begin with if that's all you're going for? He already got it. I mean, you're bringing him up here for no reason, just to say, well, we got the guy. Yay, look at us. We're doing our job. No,
Well, listen.
the guy
How
has
about
to die.
this?
Is that Pasquale?
Hold on a minute.
It's got a Pasquale sound to
I
it.
do, but it's the only one I got. Okay, stop. Stop. Podcast. Here. Just don't crush it. Yeah, I got dogs.
Yeah, I know. So I got a dog.
Oh, Michael.
What?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Do so apologize.
It's fine. Well, anyways, anywho, allow me to get to this real quick, just to deviate. I got a letter from Chase, and they want me to get their ink card, the Chase Ink credit card from my factory, or actually my company, Michael Leroy Stroop, LLC. However, I'm not going to get that through Chase because really I'm wanting the city 2% cashback card. If anybody there works at Chase, please send me that. I appreciate it the most.
Okay, do I look like everyone's mother? You've talked to me. Do I behave like I'm everybody's mother?
Me?
Anybody. I always get interrupted for the silliest little things. And I apologize. That young man did not even say excuse me.
Oh,
he just interrupted.
Man.
And I apologize.
Well, you know what? He's the one that should be apologizing.
Well,
not you.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm just thinking that the FBI came in and made sure that the Delphi murders were very thoroughly investigated, and that they went over those bodies with a microscope.
Yeah.
I am positive of it. And I think that the reason that they were in Delphi so fast is that they know they've got a serial killer.
Yeah, you know what? You do sound motherly.
Do I?
Well, yeah, and I'm backing up Mysteries Revealed. She said you sound motherly, if that helps. So there you go.
Yeah, I am motherly. I would do anything for my kids. Or
that is a fact.
Almost.
And I happen to know that.
But I don't, and maybe some of the folks that are on with us can tell me what it takes, what they think it takes to kill, and not only girls, but old women, not so old women, as long as they're female. What do you think is wrong with this guy?
The guy's a monster. I mean, when he gets to that level, there it is. It really is that. It's a trigger. He turns into that demon.
I've just never had anybody close that did that. I guess it's hard for me to
Yeah,
come to terms with somebody who can go out and kill kids
right.
in the obviously brutal fashion that they did, or that he did. And I believe that. I don't know what kind of a person that was a pastor. I mean, that just, but there's been pastors in the news for the last 5 years that have been arrested for murder and arrested for sexual child abuse. And look what's going on in the Catholic Church. And maybe it's just a trend that's okay with some people. I don't know. But it's not a good trend.
Hang on a minute. I did want to answer this here by Benjamin Green real quick. He had wrote TV a letter, and he said he was very blunt in the letter. I got right to the point. I told him there's a lot of speculation and rumors that he may be a serial killer and even the killer of 2 young girls in Indiana. The only thing that I find wrong with that is calling anything that I say rumor. Speculative, maybe. Educated speculation, maybe. Deduction, of course. But rumor, I do not base anything that I say in rumor. And I hope that you was not speaking of me when you wrote him that. But nor have I got a letter back. And I wrote him 7 of them. The first one probably over a year ago. And followed that up with 6 further. But I am glad that you sent him a letter, but I never got a return letter back my own self. Thanks for writing him, though. I do appreciate it. I'm not the only one.
I think that's very good. And if I was his attorney, I'd be telling him not to write to anyone.
I don't think that he can.
He might not be able to.
Well, I don't think that they would hand him a writing instrument without supervision because he could hurt himself with it. They do not want him in any way to hurt himself because they know the amount that he has on him, and they do not want those cases wasted. That's why that's why he is in solitary, and he is under suicide watch full time.
Do you remember when I told you about that murder up in Morris, Michigan? With the guy, pardon me?
Montrose?
No, the murderer's name is Latunsky.
No, I thought you said Montrose, Michigan.
No.
Okay.
Nope,
Go ahead.
It's the guy that made a date on Tinder or Grindr.
Oh, got you, right.
Yeah. Well, the last 3 days he's been taken back and forth from the jail to the hospital because he's on some kind of a hunger strike. And I guess today he was taken back in and admitted to the hospital this time.
For starving?
And that is the arrested, charged, arraigned Mark Latunsky. And so, I mean, jails all experienced that, and they found him unresponsive. And many times they find him already dead beyond any kind of help. But they have to watch, and they have to protect that prisoner from himself. Seems like a waste of money.
You know what? I had a person that reached me today, and they may be watching, because they are a friend of mine on Facebook, and I mean, I do know them from Facebook, but they sent me a link to another YouTuber, where that YouTuber was talking about Adrian Quintal. Now, the toxicology report said that there was meth found in her system along with diazepam, which is Valium. And that's what killed her. And I'm thinking, like, okay, one, I could see if she was using meth for like 7 days and was hallucinating there was people out there. But to fall into a river that's 3 feet deep and then say that they died of an overdose of meth and diazepam, well, if she was doing that, why would she call her friend for help? I mean, you see where I'm at? And again, man, this was why I stay away from other people's videos. It clouds my mind with their thoughts and their speculation, their opinion. And that's why I don't go to other people's videos. And this is why I tell people that if you're on my Facebook page, don't send me other people's crap. Don't send me unreferenceable stuff, man. Because if it's not straight from law enforcement or coming from law enforcement, I don't care. I don't. There's 2 people's channels that I mentioned, Incognito and Greenos. That's it. That's because me and Greeno worked together for a long time, and also I like Incognito's videos. Aside of that, that's it. Incognito is not sharing theories, so I like her channel, man. In fact, I think she's a great person. I really do.
Michael, you better tell him that I don't have a channel and that I don't have videos, but you still kind of like me.
No, wait, what? No, repeat that. I could hear part of it.
Okay, let me go slow. I said, please tell the people listening that I don't have a channel and I don't have videos, but you still let me come on and talk.
Oh, yeah. You should have videos.
I will.
You really should, because I mean, I like the way you think, man. I mean, I think you raise some really interesting questions, and you really have a knack to getting at the bottom of things, and that is why I turn to you for the inside, man. This is what I'm looking for, and next thing I know, there it is, man. You got it to me.
Yeah, but I have to find those other 2 little girls that got killed somewhere up. It seems like it's somewhere up in that area.
Hold on. I want to answer this real quick by Caitlyn Jenner.
Okay.
No, they do not need to raise that money at all. $250 million is too much to begin with for somebody to turn a monster in. Raising that reward money just means more vacation time for the FBI, in my opinion. No human is going to get that money. No one. I'll guarantee you that. It don't matter which case. If it's FBI reward money, look at the fine print under it. What you give them got to lead to an arrest. That your information has to lead to an indictment. The information you give got to lead to a conviction. And then they must be convicted in order for you to get that money. He was already arrested, firstly. St. Louis called it in. Okay. The FBI already had the information. So, yeah, isn't nobody going to give that? And it wouldn't matter if they made it $1 trillion. You know what would happen? This time tomorrow, they'd have 1 million call-in tests. So, no, it's not about the fucking money, man. The last thing that it is about the money. If I knew who did it, I would say, look, man, this is all the money I have in the world. And I'm going to give it to you to go arrest them because I don't want them around. It's not about the fucking money, people. It is not about the money. It's about the moral principle of this, man. You got a man that's out there that does something like that. That motherfucker does not need to be out there. He needs to be like on a table with a needle in his arm. And that's the lesser of it. Because if it was up to me, I'd have him in a chair and I'd be hitting that switch a couple times before I fucking pulled it. That motherfucker needs to die. Period. just for that crime, not even including the rest. That fucker needs torture. He needs publicly dealt with. He needs thrown out the fucking bridge with the noose around his neck, with about that much before he hits the water. It's not about the money. Thank you. Now, please, Ms. Cavalier, carry on.
Well, I wonder if there's anything. I know that the United Kingdom would look and see if there were any crimes committed along his lines in London or wherever he might have been. And he made several trips to the Philippines. And that's interesting because his wife is not Filipino. And I'm not sure why he went, but it could have been service related.
It may have been. A lot of people in the Navy do stop through the Philippines.
But they don't usually stop in China.
No, not always. No, you're right. Not always.
But it would be incredibly stupid for him to have done anything there because he would have had the death penalty very fast.
Shit, man. You know what? They'll give you a death penalty over there for having a bag of weed.
Well, that I don't doubt.
No, actually, he came out and said that. Like drug laws in our country, you get caught with drugs, dead. And the president's like, oh, you can't do that. Yeah, we can. This is my country, dude. Up yours. Yeah, their government, like most governments, including our own corporate government, pieces of shit.
Well,
that's why I'm talking about the Federal Bureau of Investigation with their money. Yeah, watch and see where that money goes. Oh, somebody got it, but we're not at liberty to say who. Right. Let me tell you, when you're talking about the federal government, you're talking about a bunch of thieves, liars, revenue collectors, freedom takers. They're all shit. I can't think of a one that really isn't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I get a little rantful after a minute. Wolf understands.
Okay.
He's around me all the time.
You shut it off just in time. It's perfect. Not a problem.
All right. I do apologize to anybody that took it badly.
How many, if you had to guess, and how many murders do we have now?
As a whole, 7.
How many do you think he's going to have committed?
You know what? I'm going to say 7 with a probable 8 given Susan Collins. How many do I think that he has? Well, okay, let's look at Ann Pates. That was in 99. All right. Well, at that time, that's when he moved to St. Louis. Now, the next time that we know of one that he committed there after that was 2012. Now, that's 13 years. Well, he committed those 2 back to back within 2 years. Now, you think 12 years he laid off? No. I think that there's a lot out there that we're overlooking. And it's because when you look up unsolved crimes like that, God, man. And then you got to look at through the details. You know, it may say what was sexually assaulted. Well, how did they die? Well, you know, and then a lot of times that isn't really given.
I agree.
Sometimes the way they died is given, but the sexual assault left out. You know, so in a lot of ways, you can't really narrow all of them down. Some of them you can by where he lived, you know, and especially the ones in Michigan. Those were easy peasy.
Well, they were certainly unusual because one is about, I don't know, 3 miles from my hometown, and the other one's within 15 or 20. And murders like that just don't happen. They happen in nearby Flint.
Yeah.
But they don't happen in small rural country 2-bar, 1 grocery store town.
Well, you know what? Montrose 1 bar. And
Montrose is 1 bar.
And I think Lennon only had 1 bar, didn't they? Or did they have another one?
Well, they used to have 2, but apparently I blinked and didn't miss the other.
I see.
I'm back there. It looks exactly the same. I could take a tractor into the grain elevator and they do the same thing they did 40 years ago. So nothing ever changes there except for a dollar store.
Well, you know what? Any place where there's a piece of ground that's near a small town is going to have a dollar store show up. They spread kind of like rabbits.
I guess they do. I didn't. They probably put the little department store right out of business.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It was an IGA before it was Dollar General, and the IGA closed down because wasn't nobody shopping there. Hey, I wanted to answer this real quick. What did Thomas Bruce do for a living at the time of the Delphi murders? Well, he was unemployed at the time of the Delphi murders. Before that, he was an insurance agent with American Family Insurance. That's the job he resigned from. And right around the time of January 11th, 1 month prior to the Delphi murders. Hope that was answered okay.
And you know, I can't remember exactly where I saw it, but I know I told you that he was also a member of the AMVETS
The what?
organization. AMVETS.
Now, that may have been what he was picking up donations for at the 77-year-old lady's house.
Could have been.
Because I know it dealt something with veterans.
Okay. Yeah, so he picked a good organization that goes door to door and delivers tickets and does a lot of fundraising for veterans. So that would make sense that he would use something like that. I wonder how smart this guy is.
You know what? I think he's pretty damn smart.
Well, he was in avionics, and that's all the electronics on an airplane. Am I right?
Yes, correct. And he did go to school for that. And that was down there. Now, I don't think that he completely followed through. I mean, he was never an airman.
So, I mean, if we're dealing with an intelligent man, and he's been killing for 30 or 40 years.
Yeah.
30, 35 years.
Yeah.
Every 2 years, that's going to be a lot of bodies.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I think California, Missouri, places where he had traveled, I think any place where they have DNA, I mean, I think you're going to see a case built. And you know what? I think it will exceed Bundy, where his was 38, but he was tried for 3.
It could very well be. I don't know if I'm willing to go that high, but I know it's going to be higher than the murders we've looked at.
Well, right now we're looking at 8 and we're missing 12 years on one. But then before that, you take 86 with Susan Collins and then you go all the way up to 97. That's 11 more years. So put together, that's 24 years of unsolved murders, I believe. And now just in the time that we've looked at, there's a possibility right there that there's 8 on the table.
Yeah, you're getting close.
Yeah. You know what? I would like to hear from anybody out there who would be shocked if it was Thomas Bruce. Give me a call at the number at the bottom of the screen. That is area code 765-566-5023. Give us a ring and let us know why you'd be shocked. Do it now.
Okay, Michael?
Yeah?
Where were you when you heard about the Delphi murders, and how did it make you feel?
Well, actually, it was on the night of the 14th. like I said, I was down at a friend's house that lives right down here, man, about 100 yards south of me. They live in the same complex there. Now, I went down for 7 years, actually, every single night at 10:30. I mean, it was exactly 10:30 when I knock on their door. Half the time they was waiting at 10:30 just to open it. But I would go in, I would spend 1 hour, usually just sitting there. We'd just talk, or my friend had a show we would watch. So we would just sit, hang out, shoot the crap. Now, I came home on the 14th and I turned on Fox News, not on television, online. I went to Fox News just to catch the captions of world news, because at that time, that's what I was discussing on my channel. Now, that's where I seen it, and it was like front page, man. 2 girls found murdered by a creek in Indiana. Well, immediately, because it didn't say Delphi, I thought a creek in Indiana. I'm thinking southern Indiana, right? But then I see Deer Creek. Then I go and I go to like Deer Creek's right up the street from me. So then I look at it and it's Delphi, and I'm like, Delphi? And then Monon Trail doesn't go through Delphi, and that was my thought. I didn't know about that trail. You see where I'm at? So, upon seeing that, that it was in Delphi at a trail, Monon Trail. Now I know that there's the town of Monon north of Delphi, and I know that they got Monon Trail down by Indianapolis. So I thought, well, where in the hell's Monon High Bridge Trail? Where in the hell's that? So I went to Google Maps and I looked at it, and I'm like, holy shit, my God, man, that's right up the street from where my dad lives. So that's how I found out about it. Now, when I found out about it, given the age of the girls, because that was the same age as my friends, they had 3 daughters at that time, and one of them was that age. So I went back down because the name of the one girl was the name of one of their girl's friend, and I went down to make sure it wasn't one of the same girls, because I didn't know, this other girl. I call her Girl 1 in Delphi. So upon asking, they go like, oh no, she called earlier, she's fine. Well, when I told them about it and the fact that they were abducted the day before, but then today they was found dead, they're like, are you kidding me? And I'm like, no. Well, we didn't even hear about it. In fact, we didn't even get an Amber Alert. It wasn't even on the news. I caught it on Fox News the following evening of the 14th, man. That's how I heard about it. Now, how did I feel about it? Look, that's Delphi, man. That's a little bitty dot in the road. My dad lives right there. I've been through Delphi, been in their jail a few different times, as goes the rule of my life. It's like any town I go into, they go, yeah, you look suspicious, man. You've been drinking, boy. So yeah, man, I'm in there. Got hit for marijuana one time. Had to do 6 months in prison. First drug offense. That's the kind of shit that they play there. So yeah, man, I mean, I was a little set back by that. I was really taken. I was just like, wow, man, I can't believe this happened in Delphi of all places. So that's what kind of kicked it off. And then that's when I got a hold of Greeno, and I'm like, dude, you got to get up here, man, because we got to follow this case. And I'm explaining it to him because I'm thinking he's down in the Carolinas. Well, he wasn't in the Carolinas. He reached me immediately and he's like, dude, I'm in Delphi. I'm like, damn, dude, what did you fly back when you heard? I mean, like, we was really taken by it, and the FBI was there, and we thought there's going to be arrest any minute. The FBI is there, man. This is like local. This will take no time. Then days turn to weeks, turn to months, turn to years. And that's been the devastation, is because it's still about Delphi staying strong. Look, they got the guy. You have my word on it that they got the guy. They know who it is, but you're not going to know about it until after October. And if you don't believe me, that's fine. There's other channels that fucking have your exact theory. All you got to do is look through Facebook or YouTube. You'll find somebody that matches your theory, but mine is going to remain the same.
Well, and I agree. And I know you and I have discussed this before. But how do you think it's affected the community?
You know what? I don't know. I really don't. I mean, when we went over there and was asking them about it, And this is going back a while because it was me and Greeno when we was over there just asking people on the street, like with the webcam, to get their reaction to it. Like, well, do you think law enforcement's doing the right thing? Well, do you think that they'll find the person? And we're just asking the simple questions like that. And basically everybody answered the same thing. It's like, yeah, I think they're doing it right. Yeah, I think the guy will get caught in enough time. I mean, they'll get him. But it's not like believe me, I don't feel that like Delphi's over there losing their backside over it. I really don't. In fact, I mean, like if you was to go ask somebody, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, I remember that case, man. That was a few years ago. Yeah, I don't think law enforcement's doing it right, or my God, they'd have the guy already."
Do you think the community's concerned that they're saying it could be a local person?
Well,
and even though you disagree, what's your opinion?
No. Yeah, I got you. Okay, you know what? I found out what the scratchy noise is. It's my voice. It's the feedback off your phone. I'm going to mute your mic while I talk. Okay.
Okay.
Well, now, and again, because I mean, this flies two different directions as far as law enforcement goes. You have Sheriff Lesenby, who off the bat, he's, when asked about the community, if the kids are safe, he's like, yeah, they are. It's, blah, blah. And I said, well, it's a bold statement because one, you got a guy out there that brutally killed, as we hear now, 2 young girls, but yet you're telling everybody that their kids are safe. Well, that was probably for the reason of you don't want to start a mass panic. You got a guy out there that did this, and this guy's staying very low key, and he isn't going to go out and do it again. And that was a safe bet if that's the reason that he said it like that. Okay? Because it is a bold statement to make that, yeah, your kids are safe. Well, man, how can you say that when you got 2 girls that just got brutally murdered? But at the same time, if you say hide your kids, lock your doors, and carry a gun, then the town would have went a little mad with it. But I don't think now. I mean, it's become old in Delphi. Now, at first, there was a lot of hoopla and a lot of finger pointing and a lot of he did it and they did it and he sounds like the guy. All of Carroll County was called in, so I don't know, man. I mean, I think it's one of those things that right now, I mean, if you was to ask people would probably just, this is my thoughts and go about their time, but they wouldn't really sit and give a big shit about it. That's just me, though.
Well, let me ask you this, and I'm being the devil's advocate here. And
you normally are.
Oh, I know. How would the town and law enforcement and people in the area react if another set of murders happened? And I know that's contrary to Thomas Bruce, but just think about that. Would they say law enforcement's doing all they can, or would they be mad as hell?
Hold on a minute. I wanted to answer this question. Delphi to Fort Wayne is not an hour and 48 minutes. In fact, you could probably get there in just over an hour. Now, go ahead one more time. Miss Cavalier.
What would happen if 2 other kids were murdered close to Delphi?
You know what? It kind of brings up something similar with Ann Pates and Mary Pryor. If they knew that it was the same person, they wouldn't release that. I mean, they would never say, well, the DNA matches the other, because then that would point at a lone rogue killer out there. And then they would have to confront the public with, yeah, you know what? At this time, you're not really safe. So I don't think that they would come out with it like that. They may, but at the same time, I mean, I am in at least some disagreement that it would happen unless it was by a copycat killer. And then at which case they could say, well, the DNA doesn't match the DNA of the other. And that would kind of cool things down where they didn't think that there was a road killer out there. You see where I'm at?
Yeah, I totally see where you're at. Tell me this, if they keep up with the local, and I think that was a bad term that they used, in the beginning, because I could easily see it being someone that went by a lot and stopped there and then thought about it as a perfect place to trap someone at the end of that bridge had they walked through there enough.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't take anything but Thomas Bruce going up to see his brother once a month or once every 2 months.
Or hell, once a year over that many. I mean, if he's not there that long, it's not a big trail. I mean, you know what? It took me to get out of the car where the suspect had supposedly parked. It took me 15 and a half minutes to walk to the bridge. That's how long the trail is, a 15-minute walk.
You're kidding.
No. And that's from where he parked. And then you had to walk all the way up to the trail. Now, if you was like right there at the beginning of the trail, you could probably knock about 4 minutes off for that. It'd probably be 11 to 12-minute walk down to the bridge. That's the trail. It's not a big long walk. You walk down to the bridge. If you got balls enough, you walk out on the bridge and you walk back to your car and you had a good hike. It sounds different when you say Monon High Bridge trails. People think like that whole property is a bunch of trails. It isn't. It's one path that walks down to the bridge and right back. Now you got the 501 that goes down to the water, but it parallels right alongside the 501 trail. The 501 is because it's 501 steps. They call the other one the 505 because it's 505 steps. But they run right beside each other. They just kind of split off just narrowly, but one goes down to the water by the bridge where the other one hits the bridge. The 505 was man-made. The 501 was where the train tracks were.
Well, and I think I told you that if I had to predict what they were planning for the future, and that would be to connect all those trails and bring it back to Delphi, the town.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're doing now in small little segments, which is really a good idea. I mean, it's a good little tourist attraction.
Yeah.
But it's also a good project for the city.
Hang on. I want to answer this. It says Google says 145 via 24. That's an hour and 45 minutes. Well, from where I am right here, and I said like 2 miles east of Burlington, it's a 46-minute trip to Fort Wayne because my neighbor right here lives most all the time. She comes back once for a weekend every 2 weeks. But it's a 45-minute trip from here to Fort Wayne. Now, it's not that far to Delphi. And actually, if you took Highway 25 to Logansport, and then 25 up to 31, and then 31 up to where it intersects where you go out to Fort Wayne, I wouldn't see it being a 2-hour trip. In fact, God, man, I mean, Indianapolis from here is like a 45-minute trip. You know what? I'm not calling Google out, but anyway, it might be the direction that they're traveling, but I don't think it's no 2 hours from there to Fort Wayne. Go ahead. Back to you.
Okay. Well, I think I got an hour and 47 minutes. So, it's close. And you can get into traffic or something else or whatever and be 10 minutes either way. So as compared
you
to
could get in a snowstorm and spend all night.
Yeah. Let's not talk about snow.
Oh, yeah, right.
It's a 4-letter word, and I don't want to see any more of it if I can help it.
Covered,
but,
like a blanket.
And he's got a lead foot. I think that was discussed in the accident video that he had.
Yeah. Well, and I can't drive 55.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he would get there faster, depending. But I did figure out that he would have enough gas in the kind of car he was driving at that point in time.
Yeah, if it's that, and I mean, I do want to point out that that's our best guess on it. Correct?
Oh, yes.
And if it is that car, how far did you say it would go?
I think a tank of gas, if I remember right, went 348 miles.
Yeah.
314. It was right around 300, depending on how you drive. And when you drive faster, your gas mileage is worse. So it's a variable. But he would have enough fuel to get that Passat all the way to Fort Wayne, and then have to fill up to come back. But I don't think he went to Fort Wayne. I think he went to Delphi, turned around, and went back.
Yeah, you know what? And I'm with you. Now, at first, when I found that was the route to his brother's house, I put out the thought that he must have went to his brother's house. You see where I'm at? And stopped there en route, or was on his way back home from his brother's house. But now looking at it now, knowing a little bit more, hang on. I got to mute for a second. But looking at it now, if and only if his wife was on the truth with that they had a dinner date that night. Well, when she got up to go to work, that's probably when he left. That's why he got there right before 12 noon. He stayed there for 3 hours waiting. And of course, in the process of the crime, and then leaving, and left at 3 o'clock. Well, with a 4.5 hour trip back, minus 1 hour going back into Central Time, making it 3.5 hours on his watch, and driving quickly, he would have been home by 6 that evening and would have been there in plenty enough time for a dinner date. Now, if she said 4 o'clock, that's probably because the FBI told her to say that. Why? Because I was here calling it out. Because I was calling it out. And I'm like, yeah, bullshit. Man, she's lying. She's probably saying exactly what the FBI told her to say. Because the FBI doesn't leave it with, oh, and by the way, please tell everybody what we ask you. It's just like with the family. They don't want them to know. Well, when the FBI talks to you, they say, please keep this between us. And if anybody should ask, because that's how the FBI operates. That's how they keep it under the blanket. And that's how they keep it theirs, nobody else's. Well, guess what? Michael J. Katt, your good friend, Michael J. Katt, is the best criminal profile on earth. And I can guarantee you that because I solved this shit 2 years before local, state, the FBI, John Kelly profiler, or if you need to go that far, John Walsh. Thank you.
Ooh, you got just about everybody.
Yeah, you know what? I missed a couple, but I ain't worried about them. They're low key and they don't fit into my equation.
I wonder if his wife will continue to be supportive or if she will file for a divorce.
You know what? She probably already has. I mean, like, it's been over a year and I can't see why she'd be with him now at this point. Being her, I mean, from my understanding, she's a very soft-spoken lady, very easy to get along with, that like that. I mean, she's not verbal.
She's also 13 years older than he is.
Yeah. I mean, really, I think after she knew that he had committed the Catholic supply store and seen what happened and was questioned by the FBI in regards to the Delphi case, man, she probably had the divorce papers already signed. Right there.
Right. I think I would have.
I know I would have. I mean, if it was my wife, I would have been like, damn, baby, look, man, you're the sexiest woman on earth, and I'll give you that. And, maybe there'd be conjugal. I don't know, but, I'm not going to be married to you anymore. I don't want that on me,
Well, maybe in the state of
Hey,
Missouri, but the
there she is.
death penalty people don't.
There's Carol. Carol.
Hi, Carol.
I just always remember that name, Carol. Carol. It just sounds cool. Yeah. And I see her, man. She's at like Delphi Justice's channel. You know, she kind of really keeps up on the case. Hello?
Do you think there will be a trial
Where?
anywhere?
For who?
Thomas Bruce.
Oh, God, yeah.
Do you think Carroll County will have one?
Yes. Well, I don't think he'll be held in Carroll County.
No, but the arraignment in the pretrial will.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No. There is no doubt in my mind. Look, that's a high-profile case. And it being a high-profile case, that's why the FBI was there to get his DNA that quick, because they wanted to make that comparison. They want this. They spent a lot of money on that, and they're not going to let that slide. Not only that, Sheriff Chris Swanson, he's going to have him for both of those murders. I'll lay money to it. Same with that. You know, I think they're going to get him to confess to all.
He'll have a different lawyer up in Carroll County.
Yeah, he'll have Manahan here.
Manahan, is that some chain of lawyers in Delphi?
No, he's our public defender. He's the one that represents everybody.
You've only got one public defender?
Look, man, that's what he told me. He says, you know how many people in this jail I represent? How many? All of them. Almost all of them. Some of them pay for their own, but other than that, it all falls on me. Now, you know what? They gave me a really good plea. You might want to look that over. Like, tell them to eat my balls, man. I ain't signing shit. And he sent me to prison, man. To the big house, people. Yeah, man, I did time in Westville, man. With like murderers and all kinds of crazy ass people had no business being in there, man.
Well, you do silly things, you get silly prizes.
Me?
Yeah.
What did I do?
Oh, nothing I'm going to talk about on the air.
No. Now you need to clarify. Yeah, I don't want people thinking I'm out there doing some weird ass shit, man.
No, you're not Hollywood. Did you get that?
Oh, that. Well, I ain't worried about that. No, I ain't. No, I explained that thoroughly on here quite a few times.
Yes, you did, and I believe every word of it. But that's,
well, it's all true. It's all true, or I wouldn't even have fought it. I said, yep, you caught me right in the act. I was going to hop on a plane and get arrested in L.A. You know? No, that would have been a prize. Think about that shit, huh?
Oh, yeah. Well, you would have been in a Hollywood jail then.
Hold on.
But
I got to answer Wampa.
I want to get back to what people think about what it takes to kill another human being. How would you ever live with somebody that you knew had killed another human being?
Exactly.
Or could you imagine doing that?
Well, you know what? I mean, there's different reasons for killing. If it's in the act of self-defense, so be it, man. We got a human right to defend ourselves. That's my point. Now, just to go kill a person for the sake of killing a person, that I don't agree with, and I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's somebody that bullied you and you didn't like him and you went and killed him. You know what? That's murder. It is murder. And if you planned it, it's first-degree murder. It's capital murder. And I do agree with that. It's common law. And I am on the side of common law, human and natural rights. That's where my heart's been my whole life. I'm not about this maritime admiralty and there's a code and a statute. Hang on a minute. This might be icons. Hello? Hey, who is this? No way, man. I didn't even see you in chat, man. Hang on a minute.
Oh, I just got home and just saw.
It's Michael Cunningham, everybody.
Video chat.
So what's happening this evening, bro? Lay it
I was
on me.
listening to your, like one question that you had about a person killing a person.
Right.
Since we both were in the military and all, how does that go about on justification on killing somebody?
Well, it's your job.
Wouldn't that still be considered somewhat murder in a righteous way?
Well, you know what? It's your job. You are under the military law. And if they say you kill these people, then you kill these people. If you don't kill those people will kill you. It is an act of self-defense, so to speak.
Well, as they call it, devil's advocate, let's say, good example, Vietnam or anything like that. We shouldn't really been there.
I'll give you that.
Wouldn't that technically be in a form of, for those people that think about it and their loved ones thinking, hey, you murdered my loved one?
Well, you know what? It can be looked at many ways. Hold, hang on. Cavalier,
Yes.
I got to mute you for a second, okay?
Yeah.
No, Miss Cavalier.
Well, you know what? There was a lot in Vietnam, a lot that was going on. I mean, like right down to kids with grenades that would walk up and they didn't even know what it was. But here, pull this pin and throw it at the GIs. And and after a while, I mean, seriously, if you're an American GI over there, who do you trust? Nobody. My God, man, that kid may have a grenade. That lady might, have a fucking pistol. You don't know who to trust because everything's a booby trap. Everything's of this, everything's of that, and everything's out to kill a GI. Well, after a while, psychologically, where do you go with that? You got to understand at that time that, hey, man, every one of these people could be my enemy. This guy, the South Vietnamese, might be playing like that because, he's one of them and he wants knowledge that we have. That's why they say, man, to a sailor, man, don't get drunk and start talking because loose lips sink ships, and it does come down like that. Now, is it murder? It is if you walk up to somebody that did nothing to you, that is unarmed, and you pull a gun and blow their brains out. Well, it don't matter because they tell you in war you don't do that.
Well, if we go biblically at it,
I don't go biblically.
Thou shalt not kill. Isn't murder basically killing, and killing another person is in the eyes of God as being
well,
murder?
Now wait a minute, because then you're asking me to believe in the Bible, and I do not.
I understand that.
Well, then, I mean, I can't look at that in God's eyes because I don't think that the biblical God is the real God.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're asking me as a human, yeah. I mean, like, because any way that you look at it, to kill, rather than to just say, well, you know what, I'll sacrifice and I'll die because this person wants to kill me. It's better that they kill me than it is for me to kill. It is in the eyes of philosophy, so to speak.
Okay. No,
hold on.
I don't know what your question was because you've been having a lot of your other comments. What is the content of the question of the day?
The content is, would you be shocked if it was Thomas Bruce that was filed for double murder charges in Delphi?
If it was him, yeah, I'd be surprised. I would look at it as, wouldn't they have known about him prior to his murders to all those people?
No.
Even if they had fingerprints?
No.
Not even with the FBI?
No.
His fingerprints would be in the database, right?
They wouldn't be in the legal database.
The FBI could have probably found his fingerprints in any shape or form.
Well, you say any shape or form, but they're looking through legal database. That's where the Federal Bureau of Investigations is legal. They don't go through like it's just like they don't use ancestral DNA. That's not in their database. They don't go through the military because that's not their database. Now,
one organization that actually did assist in this murder case that some people come to forget was Homeland Security.
Okay, Homeland Security.
Wouldn't Homeland Security be able to find any data or any information on Thomas Bruce?
Well, information on somebody as far as them being in the military is one thing. But looking up his fingerprints in a legal form where he had been arrested, that's different. Now, I'll put it to you like this. Okay, me and Greeno asked Sheriff Tobe Lesenby about, okay, Greeno said, well, they took my DNA when I went to prison. Now, why would they ask me again for my DNA? I mean, when they already have it. He's like, man, do you understand the loophole or the technicalities that we got to use in order to get that DNA? Now, with that in mind, now you're looking at the FBI. Well, why would they go search the military, fingerprints when those aren't even a part of the legal database? They wouldn't. They got to remain within the legalities of the legal database. You see,
they did the same thing with Eric Alters.
What about Eric Alters?
Physically went up to Michigan and basically tricked him to give his DNA and his fingerprints and everything, despite he's been in the system of the legal system.
Well, and there is.
I don't understand your connection. Go ahead, Miss Cavalier.
Michael, I think that the easiest thing for the FBI to have done, and maybe they're in the process of doing it, I don't know, is to write a search warrant and an affidavit, file it with a judge, and send it over to the military to get his fingerprints. Now, the thing is, how long is it going to take to find them because they are old records? He was out of there in, 91 or 92?
You know what? I was thinking it was somewhere 93-ish, but yeah, right in that area.
Okay. None of that would probably be computerized, and they'd have to go back to hard records, and that means a warehouse, and it takes a long time. Would they do it? Absolutely. But it takes a while because they probably got 3,000 other requests for military fingerprints. And that would
fast track it. It actually goes a lot quicker than most people think.
Fast track in the military, unless you're in special forces, doesn't mean much to me because they are slow.
Well, again, I guess my question would be, who would say to themselves, this guy's prior military, and not only is he prior military, we need to search military records for everybody's fingerprints. Well, do you know how many lawsuits would be brought against the FBI for that? That's just like using the ancestral DNA to search for DNA of a killer. Well, hey, man, I didn't put my DNA in there to be searched for a killer. And then everybody could sue them. And again, man, it's different doors. You've got to search within the realm that you're at. That's what I believe.
No, I know certain things change around that, especially with Indiana's new law, California's law on DNA, that if you're a felon and you get detained, they can actually obtain your DNA without a judge's consent of signing.
Well, some, yes. Me, no.
Well, I don't want to use you as an example, but if you went into jail and
Yeah.
got arrested,
Yeah.
the Indiana law now, they can actually obtain and swab you of your DNA because if you had a felonious charge prior.
No, they couldn't me.
Under the new law, yes, they could.
Okay, you're saying law, I'm saying code and statute. And secondly, it does not, because my DNA is my DNA. And in order for them to do that, they would need my written permission. And I would not give that to them.
I've seen that argument before. Even in
You
my
say
own
argument,
state,
I say law.
and people have used that sovereign statement before.
You say sovereign, I say it belongs to
didn't go
me.
through. They still had to do it.
You know what? I'll guarantee you they could not to me. And I do not state that as an argument. That is a fact of law. Now, someone else, they could. Because look, man, you know what? People are got using their capitalized name, man. They fall under all that shit, man. All of it. That's why we got all these laws in the world. That's why we're so free, buddy. That's why, we got the most prisoners of any country in the world because we're so free here. They got a law for everything, man. I can't go outside and fucking spit. Fucking cops see me do that. Oh, you owe money, but hey, you can't just spit. You might have some disease, pal.
Or see the new, what I call, people are trying to put as a person of interest the last name Hockenberry.
No.
Yeah, his brother Mark Hockenberry swears to God that his brother is the Delphi killer.
Yeah, you know what? I get 3 people calling me a week saying the same thing.
I don't believe that's true, Mike.
Okay, maybe only 1 or 2.
No, I don't believe that it's Hockenberry.
No, I'm with you on that. No,
I don't either because, well, one, the guy's too fat, to be honest with you. 235 pounds, that doesn't even come close to what the new and old description was.
No, and he looks like he's heftier than that.
You know what? Now, are you talking about the Hockenberry?
Yeah.
Okay. There's the captain. Finally made it.
Hi, Captain. Good to see you again. It's been a while.
Yeah, the captain, man. Yeah, he was coming down to play chess and shit, and he bailed out.
Aww.
No, he had reason, man. He had reason to.
Oh, I can imagine why.
Well, okay, it could be because I would have beat him, maybe, but
nah.
What?
I have my other reasons.
Oh, okay, fine.
Very good reasons.
Oh, what? You're not sharing?
Yeah, I'm not going to share. I'll let him explain itself. It's a very good thing.
Okay, Captain, call. The number's at the bottom of the screen. Dial.
Or he should be able to go on your site thing and be able to talk and kind of like you said, Miss Cavalier.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if I was saying your name correctly or not.
Yes.
It is Cavalier. Yes.
I do have a question for her. Do you have a person of interest itself?
A personal interest in the murders?
In the Delphi murder case, do you have a person of interest in mind by letters?
I do have a person of interest, and it happens to be the same as Katt's is.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why, because there's an awful lot in his background and being very analytical with it. We've connected him to 7 additional murders very well. And a couple of them were right close to my hometown in Michigan. And it's been a long time waiting for a
I
person
had
to
a
get accused in all those murders.
conversation with a good PI friend that has looked into this case, but this person did it for as good faith. Me and this PI friend of mine, we've both been kind of looking at the letter GK as a possibility.
Well, you realize that GK's been in Carroll County Jail, and if they thought he had anything to do with it, he would have had charges filed ever ago, right?
I would think so.
Okay.
But I look at it as if we're talking about someone that really knows that area out of everybody of POIs. He does know that area better than any.
Hang on a second. What, Mike? Hang on a second, okay?
Not from.
Hello? Hunter?
Hello?
Captain?
Yes, sir.
I knew it was you, man. How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing, man?
Man, you know what? I'm just hanging out, man. Doing my show.
Awesome, awesome. Am I live right now?
You bet your ass you are.
That's awesome.
Hang on. Mike, it is the captain. Maintain on the line, and I'll be back with you. Go ahead.
How's it going, Mike?
You know what, man? I'm hanging in there. I'm doing what I need to do.
Yes, that's awesome. I just got into the chat. I don't know, maybe 5 minutes or so ago.
I seen you pop up.
I liked the title of the live stream.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, would you be shocked?
No. I think that I we've talked about this numerous times. And
I know, but it's the title of the show, and that's why I ask.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to say I don't believe. It's a tricky subject, but I think that he's definitely not viable. I just think that there's I have questions and speculation. There's my dog alarm, if you can hear it in the background.
Yeah, you know what? We all got it.
Indeed. But no, like we talked about last time, I think one of the craziest parts about you talking so much about Thomas Bruce is that I actually think you shined enough of a light on him where there's crimes in the past that he almost certainly committed that I question whether or not how much people would have looked into that had you not put so much pressure on him.
You know what? Man, dude. I got to have you as a special guest one day.
I would love that.
Well, you know what? We're going to set that shit up, man, because I think it'd be good to have you on.
I would love that. I would still want to get our game of chess, too.
Well,
MIA.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Why don't we set that up for next Tuesday at 6 p.m. if you could?
So I'll say tentatively yes. I don't want to say 100%, but most likely I don't see any reason I couldn't as of right now.
Okay.
So I would love to.
All right, then we'll say tentatively it may happen.
Awesome, man. And I gotta let you go, man. I just want to say hi to everybody in your chat.
Everybody in chat, man. The captain sends his hello if you didn't hear him.
All right, take care, everybody. Everybody have a good night, and I'll hopefully be on with you on Tuesday, man.
All right, man. Nice talking with you, dude. Peace.
You too. Take care.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good deal. All right. Yeah, that was the captain.
I can tell and listen to it. So
yeah, I assume.
Putting the TV on mute so when you don't get an auto feed until you hear double feed.
Okay, so hang on. Let me unmute Miss Cavalier. There you go.
No problem.
Well, the thing is you know what? Let me try this. Because it might be that the microphone was too close. I can still hear it a little bit, but it ain't like it was.
I wish the TV was so live with you.
Yeah, me too. Don't worry, man. I'm working on getting a better camera, man. That way I won't be pixelated.
Well, you're not pixelated.
I'm not?
None of my 60-inch TV.
Oh, okay, man. I say, man, if I'm not pixelated, I should have did some shit with my goatee, man. It made it look good.
Nah. I got 4K, so it's really defined.
Oh, man, I bet I look like the bomb right now. I bet I look just that.
Your glasses look like it's photo gray.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. No, I'm saying is I wish it was like you're watching the news and it's live and there's no delay out of it.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
It's only a 5-second delay compared to a computer where it's 10 and sometimes it buffers.
Yeah, exactly. And man, I used to have that issue, man, where it'd start buffering after about an hour or so.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, did you have a question for Miss Cavalier?
Yeah, I was wondering if Mike Cunningham is old enough to remember when color TVs were first offered for sale.
I didn't hear the question.
She wants to know if you're old enough to remember when colored TVs were first offered for sale.
Yeah, I might be 40 years old, but yeah, I remember when color TVs were black and white and all.
Well, take technology back that far instead of stopping with a computer and cell phones, because that's how old I am. I remember the first ones.
Just give me a second. I got my cat that wants to come in.
Yeah, no problem, man. I ain't got no cat. But hey, by the way, I want everybody to understand that Michael Katt, that is not about Meow Cat. That is Caterpillar. I played the Beatnik Caterpillar in Alice in Wonderland. That was my first online name, was Beatnik Cat. That's how I got the name Cat. It's not because of Meow Cat. I don't want anybody to be confused, because if I had my choice of nicknames, I would have been called Dog. Michael J. Dog.
The J part.
What?
When you had Michael J. Cat?
What about it, man?
Well, if you knew the ghetto term for what J. Cat means, it's not a good thing.
Well, I'm not from the ghetto.
I know.
I'm not from the ghetto, and I don't really care what people in the ghetto think.
Hey, man, I'm from the ghetto, and I don't remember that.
Well, I don't care what you think.
I know.
No.
The problem is I'm really from a farm, not the ghetto. I just lived on a farm and worked hard.
I do wish some people stop thinking that I'm trolling accounts when really I'm just having regular conversations with people, i.e. you, or with Rito.
Well, it is good you're no longer trolling.
No.
Because there was a time when I could have reached to you too.
Mm-hmm. No, I rewatched the rebroadcast the other day, and I'm just looking like, interesting. Damn, I'm all working out and all. People think I'm on there with a fake account, and here we go again.
Yeah, that was me.
No,
yeah, it was too.
Hey, Michael.
Fake account on Anthony's thing the other day.
Go ahead, Miss Cavalier.
Michael, what made you decide to stop trolling?
Well, it was the right thing to do, and I had different types of trolling. There was what I call the good trolling, and then there was the I'm just going to be obnoxious with you trolling, because I was like, okay, you want to talk about me, and I'm not able to say anything, so I'll just constantly just bring up a new account on the same thing, just kept on changing the name and changing the name. And it was more for seeing what I call the knee-jerking with it, just to see what the person's reaction would be. Some of it was even in my way of doing psychological warfare, which actually it did work.
How long had you been trolling?
I did that for about a year and a half.
Oh, I thought it was longer than that.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then
call
that my mistake.
No. What I first started off with, and people would call it trolling, but I did it because of and this is before even Delphi State, I kept on using screen names for identities, I call it security purposes, because I was against Facebook deciding hey, you know something? You have to give your real name out. So I was like, well, what's wrong with screen names? Yeah, all of these other social sites are screen names. You're a social company. Why do I need to give you my real name knowing you make it easy for identity theft?
That they do. I'll tell you, there is nothing worse than getting hacked on Facebook.
Oh, I done shook my head and gave her the thumbs up. I think she knows your voice now.
Oh, yeah.
As you have become a part of the show for some reason now.
Well, me and her have talked on PMs, so she's used to it.
I see.
Oh, that's right.
Did you ever watch or know about the Faye case? The little girl that died?
The what?
Yes.
In South Carolina?
Yes.
Oh, I say I didn't.
I thought the Delphi case was something on drama and all. That case makes Delphi look like a joke right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Please send me that information if you would, like you did last time.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay.
You got one side choosing to believe that the guy that apparently killed himself is supposedly the murderer.
Yeah, right.
And then you got the other side saying, yes, you did it, you had a guilty conscience, you were suicide. Other people are saying, no, this was a double homicide situation, and the police is covering up things on what really happened. And as they call it, it's what's weirdly about it, it's an ongoing case. Despite 2 people are dead, it's odd to me. It's like you have 2. You're still got an ongoing case. Why can't you just kind of put it to piece? Like, you think what you want to think, you do what you do. This guy ain't terrorizing nobody no more. The family gets to bury their child, and whatever locals think, they think. The whole world don't need to jump on this thing.
Yeah, that whole I'll tell you what was most emotional for me is that the police department cared enough to do a police escort from the coroner's office, medical examiner's office, back to the funeral home. And
I'm glad it's cleared up.
I'm not at all sure that I didn't follow that close. I just saw it. And those things happen that you don't know who your neighbors are. And I don't know if it's a cover up or not, but that little girl died. And I hope they know who the murderer actually is.
I agree. I didn't really follow that close. I got asked to look at it and observe on it, and only had like 2 questions out of that whole case. And boy, I'm surprised on the answers I'm getting. Granted, none of them are factual. One of the questions was, does anybody know what kind of knife that Cody had used to his neck? And I'm getting a lot of different answers, like, yes, it was that, no, it wasn't that. And then the other question that I asked was, how come the cadaver dogs and the tracking dogs that came out there so quickly weren't able to find this body within the 4 days of time until they actually had a tip saying this is where the body was? And in both groups, nobody really wants to answer that question.
Well, Michael, if I can just interject something in here. It was
Oh,
my
go ahead.
understanding. It was my understanding that they caught him because the police officers were going behind the garbage truck, and they inspected every person's garbage in that neighborhood, and they found a polka dot boot, rubber boot that she had on there.
If you're referring about the garbage can, they found like an outfit and a ladle.
No, it was a boot in a ladle. And go back and check.
I'm having a hard time hearing you because it's way different than hearing you on a TV.
Okay, it was
Like your audio volume is lower from being I call live versus tape delay.
Okay, let's try that because my phone does funny things without me. But let's try this. They found a polka dotted rubber boot and the ladle with dirt on it in his trash. And that's what made them go back in the woods immediately. And the chief of police found her.
Okay, I know you're talking about now.
I don't, and I'm going to differ with Michael here, but I don't believe that that was a cover up. I think it was a dark tragedy. And the closest thing I can find to any facts is in the newspaper.
Now, one thing that I was kind of a little shocking was they talked to him, questioned him, he cooperated the whole time, even checked his house and all. Then, a little bit later, they don't say if it was a tip or not. They go back and like, hey, I'm going to check your garbage can.
No, they were checking everybody's garbage cans. The police were actually...
what I'm saying is, apparently, the way like I said, I'm trying to read between the lines of the locals, the families, and everybody else, their indication was they basically did a thorough check on his house and all these other houses, and then for some odd reason, they had a reason to go back to the house, and all of a sudden, they found those items in there.
No, I think that's not at least what I have seen. Let's put it that way. They had a reason to go back into the woods immediately after they found her boot. And that's where they found her. And then later, some minutes or an hour later, they found him.
Okay.
But she was right behind his house, and they didn't feel like her body had been there for very long.
Now, on your side, did you hear who found him and where the knife was found?
As far as I have read, he was found by a neighbor who called 911, and police were still on the scene, and they walked over to his home and found him and found the weapon. Because the coroner even...
Articles, you can't always trust the news, they indicated it was the roommate that made a call and saw Cody's body bleeding.
Now, I think I read that on Facebook, but I don't put much stock in Facebook.
No, zero. You know what? I'm ready to give up my Facebook account. The only thing I do is post a meme every day People love those, though. They're damn good memes. Best
Well, a
memes
lot
out
of
there.
people are starting to leave Facebook and go to these other social media groups or social media companies that are competitors to Facebook.
Hey, could you guys hang on one quick second?
Yeah, no
Yeah,
problem.
absolutely.
Hang on, you just when you got to get your soda.
Well, I also had to urinate and wash my hands. Nobody wants to drink a soda like that.
Yeah.
Anyways, man, I want to answer Rodzilla's question here. She said that the camera quality looks good, Katt. Is that a green screen behind you? Yes, it is. And yes, I do know that I can put information behind me via chroma key. However, it appears as if Google Chrome will not allow that. Now, it works fine for a Greeno, but hold on one quick second. But on mine, it will not work. They will not allow it to work. I think I'm going to have to completely uninstall Google Chrome and then reinstall Google Chrome. And
What kind of server you got?
AT&T. It's not really the server, though. I mean, Greeno's got AT&T, too.
I was going to say, if you couldn't do that, you could always use Explorer.
Well, you know what? I've never tried it with Explorer, and I forget why. I think it says like you're.
There's another, because Explorer's starting to phase out. They have another one that is subject to it.
That's probably the one I got. Is it Edge?
Yes.
Yeah. You know what? Normally, when I try to start StreamYard on that, it says it will not take it. It's like your browser won't do this or however.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the same thing it says for Google Chrome, but I know damn well it works on Google Chrome. So hang on one second. There we go. All right. Okay. Firstly, that's how you reach my channel with money. And that's just to keep it strong because God be with every single one of you. Look, without you guys, without you, I would be nothing. I'd be nothing in the world. I'd just be a dog owner. I'd be owner of Wolf, which is something very special. And I take nothing from Wolf at all. I love him more than anything in the world. But, secondly, this is my Facebook page right there.
PayPal and YouTube. When people donate to that, do you have to declare that with the IRS as income?
As what, donations?
Yes.
Now, it depends on how much you get. If I made over so much a month, yes, I would have to.
Mm-hmm. Does that, because I thought about doing this, does that require a 1099 form or anything like that, or do you have to declare it just only amongst with the state or only federal?
You know what? Let me actually think about that because I think that you would have to declare that as added income. But, again, it is for my channel. It's not for personal income. But at the same time, it is an amount of income which would have to be taxed. But believe me when I say I don't make that much in donations. Now, secondly, do I pay taxes? No. Why? Because I don't have to.
Okay.
But it's not like I'm making that much in donations, people.
Oh, no.
My God, man, if I was sitting here getting rich on YouTube.
I can either say it loosely at it.
Okay.
You're not Gray Hughes.
Yay. Say it again. Say it one more time. Do it.
I
Do
said,
it.
at least you're not all those big donations and everything and like that.
Well, you know what? I know a dude, man. Well, actually, I'll give you his name because actually he's a kind of a friend of mine. Ted Barris. Do you know who he is?
I've heard that name before.
He's the FBI. Now, this is what got me on YouTube to begin with, is because me and a friend of mine were looking up hot peppers because we wanted to know what's the hottest pepper on earth. What is it? So I began looking on YouTube for the hottest pepper on earth, man. And everything I kept looking up kept saying FBI reviews. And I keep thinking to myself, why in the hell would the FBI be reviewing peppers, man? This is insane. This is stupid. You know, so finally I clicked on one, realizing that it stood for fire breathing idiot. You know, and I started watching his channel. Now, at first I was doing food challenges, and I stepped out
I
of it.
remember that.
You?
If you think I didn't see all your past YouTube channels, I have.
Oh, okay. Well, then do you remember the one that I speak of with the feeder mice?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Okay, so did he. And God, I got a bunch of subscribers off of that. He sent everybody and their brother to my channel, and everybody's like, dude, that was cool as shit. You know, so I mean, I got quite a bit out of that, and I mean, he really got ugly about it, and I got ugly like right back. And
Some
then
of your old videos are still around too.
they're what?
Some of your old videos are still around.
No, not on that channel. They're not.
Well, no, not that channel. I'm talking about your other ones.
Like what?
The one that you didn't have that hat on. You had a different hat.
I probably didn't have any hat on. Oh, you're talking about the keffiyeh,
Yeah.
the head wrap. Yeah.
Yes, that one.
Right. Well, that was when I started. Now, some of those I had re-uploaded, but I mean, they're no longer online. I mean, like all of my old food channels, only the ones I saved back and re-uploaded are up, man. They deleted my old channel. But anyway, man, Ted Barris, I mean, I sit there, I watch him, man. He lives in Washington. He's got a bong, man, and he's like, all right, you know, who wants to see me hit this bong, man? I need some money up there. Somebody will like donate $50. There it is. This goes out to you, buddy. And I'm all like, that dude's sitting there getting high as shit while people are paying him $50 a hit. Like, how in the hell do I get in on that? You know, this guy's making mad money, man, just sitting there getting high. And I'm like, holy shit, I'm out here busting my sack, man. You know, I mean, like, I'm doing some investigating digging, man. I'm doing some work here. I'm putting in some time, hours, man. And it isn't. And I repeat, it is not about the donations, man. You know, it isn't that at all, man. It comes down like this, same as it ever was when I was making just regular YouTube money. I didn't ask for no donations because YouTube was paying that. That's how I kept my channel upgraded, was off of my PayPal or my YouTube money. So, you know, I never had to. Well, man, YouTube killed that like 3 years ago, man. Everything's demonetized instantly. It don't matter what I say. So, you know, you kind of have to ask for donations to keep your channel upgraded because otherwise it's coming out of my pocket. With what I make, I'm lucky to pay rent and feed me and Wolf and live happily. And that's it. So, you know, that's the only reason for the donations. But man, I see people with like huge subscriber counts. And I mean, like, my God, they make some serious money. You can just sit there and watch the money go bling, 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 bling. I'm like, my God, man, they just made like 2 months of money in an hour.
YouTubers ever.
Who's that?
Paul Logan.
Paul Logan? Who's that?
A young guy, probably in his 20s, making millions of dollars. Like, he's got millions of subscribers, too.
Well, that's really good, and that's one way to make some money at it. But like, I ain't looking at those kind of subscribers until my suspect gets filed charges, and then when the charges are filed, guess what? There it is. I'll be hiring myself out. Not cheap.
Can I get a raise?
Hey, you know what? I was wondering where you went. I was trying to unmute your mic, man. It says like, no, they muted their mic.
Oh,
like,
that's
crap.
because I had to move a little bit.
Yeah.
When I heard her talking, before I had the name, I first thought this was Miss Bowen, the mom.
The mom?
I thought this was Nicole Bowen's mom. Because her, Miss Cavalier's voice sounds like the mom.
Oh, I see. You know what? I just found out about Bowen, and I had to go look that up because it was on a video, and I thought, how does that compare at all? Hang on. Okay, Alaska Blue, Thanks for being here, man. I appreciate you being here, man. I'm sorry you got to take off, but you know what? I'll catch you next week. Thanks.
Alaska, you're the best.
That's right.
Have a good one, Alaska.
Yep, in Alaska, you're the best.
The best.
Is Lily in here?
You know what? Normally she is, and I hadn't seen her this week. But you know what? Normally people don't expect me to show up on the Thursday.
I feel like you have no mods in the chat room now.
I don't. Are you asking?
If I was on, I'd say yes.
Well, type something into chat here in a second.
I can't. My device is charging.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what?
Like I said, I'm watching you on the TV.
Are you subscribed?
Yeah.
Okay, man. I can make you a mod.
Okay.
I'll have to be after the show, but I can do it, man. I can do anything. Anything.
Yeah, I know.
All right, how do you know, man?
Because you're Mike.
Okay. All right, man. Most people call me Katt, but whatever.
But I'm surprised you don't have that other, is it PowerPoint or whatever that's called?
Power Director?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I got it. I got 365.
I'm saying I'm surprised you're not on that right now.
Why would I be?
Your visual actually comes out more clear.
Right, but I can't go live on it. It's a video editor, but I mean, like, I can tape myself like live, like right now, but I would then have. I mean, do you see what I mean? But I can't just click that and go live on YouTube.
That's strange. Andrew was able to do that.
Hang on, 1 second. Keep talking, Mike.
I was saying, if anyone heard that, Andrew was able to go live on that program.
Angela?
Mm-hmm. When they were testing it out with Randy.
Well, you know what? I'll check into it, but I had never seen where it was done.
I've even seen that with Anthony too.
I'd never seen it. I mean, I'm not calling you a liar, but all I'm saying is never seen it, dude.
Well, Michael, that's something you learned today, and now you're going to have to look at it.
Well, I will have to look at it. Oh my God, check it out. I got 74 thumbs up and 23 down. Those 23, I sent them a nasty, nasty letter telling them to get the hell off my channel. You know what? You 23, I love you guys, man. You guys rock. You guys rock, man.
At least I can say this time, and we can definitely make a reconfirmation itself. It isn't Mike Cunningham supposedly using so many different accounts.
Okay, I can't say that. Man, run the hell. God, man, you know what? This is like way behind.
If you hear me being quiet, I'm checking on the dinner.
Okay, it's coming up here. Oh my God, check it out. I got 74.
Yeah, I'm making beef tacos. Corn asada.
You know what? I really do look good there. I guess it ain't too bad. See, I'm watching myself on YouTube, but I was waiting for Daniel. There it is, Daniel Lawrence. Okay. And Daniel Lawrence, you're a mod. There you go.
I was going to say, who's Daniel? Just for curiosity.
He's a mod. He's now a moderator.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that you were on for a Thursday.
Well, did you watch Tuesday's show with Michael Griffin?
Yeah, I was on there.
Well, yeah, I know you say that like I remember, dude. You know what? Like names. It's like, you know how many people reach me? Do you know how many names I remember? It's hard, okay?
That was when Anthony said at the end, it's like, we finally got the Mike and Mike show.
That's right. Mike and Mike. Well, it's actually Mike, and Katt.
I know, but you can't beat Katt at the end because you're the main guy.
Well, it's my channel.
I know.
Well, there it is.
So
Can I let you guys know when the next legal proceeding is for Thomas Bruce?
Yes, please.
It is in June, and
How many
it's
people are actually watching?
Hang on. Go ahead.
it's in June.
What time? No, that's not Wolf snoring. I think that's one of her dogs. What date?
My God, I forget that you can hear my dog snore.
No, it's fine. I like it when dogs snore.
Well, they're snoring.
It's very
Trust
calming.
me. June. I think it's June 20th. I don't have the time.
Okay.
What kind of dogs are those, Miss Cavalier?
Hey, hang on. Don't tell him. Take a guess.
One of them looks like a German Shepherd and a Cocker Spaniel.
Well, you're kind of wrong. They're Cavaliers.
Michael, they're called Cavalier King Charles. But they are, in essence,
looking dog.
little Cocker Spaniels.
All dogs are cute, man. I love all dogs. Every dog ever I love, man. I do. I think dogs, me and dogs get along, man. I love dogs.
The only good thing that happened on the Super Bowl was actually the Puppy Bowl.
That was cute.
I'm just glad all those dogs got adopted.
Oh, once you get them in front of the television, they're usually adopted. I've been rescuing animals all my life, and I raised Cavalier.
You might have to have a dog face-off next time.
Well, that is, I mean, if you understand, Miss Cavalier.
I have a whole pack of dogs, though. I'd have to put money on them if there was food involved. They are
I gotta go. Dinner's calling.
All right. Well, hey, man, I appreciate you being here and calling in. You know what? Even if not if, but if the captain's going to be on my show next week, man, I hope you will call in.
Oh, I'll be there.
All right,
if
man.
If not that, maybe if I get lucky enough, it's up to the captain. I might try to video chat with him, and we can have myself a video conference talking instead of on the phone.
No, I would not allow for that.
Oh.
I'll tell you what I will do instead. I will send you a video live link so you could just join us directly.
Okay.
Ha. Michael Katt with the brain, people.
Mm-hmm. Then everybody will be like, what?
Say, wait.
Like, Cunningham did a face reveal on Mike Katt's show?
Wait a minute. Is somebody playing a fast one?
Oh, there's my phone.
All right. Well, I will probably speak at you at that time, if not beforehand. All right.
All right.
All right, man. You have a good night. Peace.
Bye-bye.
All right. It is back to me and you, Miss Cavalier. I am killing the phone because I am going to end this at 10 p.m.
You're killing the phone because you're killing the show at 10 p.m.?
Well, it's 7 minutes. I mean, who's going to call in 7 minutes?
Well, just a minute. I'll get off here and I'll call in.
No. Man, don't play me like that. You go like, who is this?
I told you I got mouthy.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I just get a little mouthy.
Oh, that's fine. I get mouthy.
Yes, you do.
Well, not to you, and
No, not at all. No, you have never gotten mouthy. Well, you've taught me a lot.
Well, you've taught me a lot.
Well, yeah, but that's just stuff I have in my head that I know.
It's stuff in my head that I know. It all works around the same globe.
Yep, it does. So you are firm on the fact that it's going to take another year to get arrests in the Delphi case.
It's going to have to be after, and you know, we discussed this. Hold on. You know what, Matt? Here, let me explain something to Matt real quick, and please keep that question in mind, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mike, here's how it works, man. And dig, because I got a lot of friends, and when they hit it, man, they'll be like, there's a way to hit a vape. One, don't wrap your mouth around it and suck it in like that. Actually, I just barely put it to my mouth like that. And I'm actually sucking a lot of air in through the side of my mouth because you want that air going in with it. I could take a big hit, man, and it doesn't, nothing, man. I mean, I don't even feel the vape. Like what? I could cloud a room up. You know what? No throat irritation, man. No throat hit, nothing. But man, if you stick it up and wrap your mouth around it and then hit it where you're just pulling that vape in, that nicotine right here, man. It's like straight nicotine right through the throat, man. And you're gonna be like, that's the difference, man. Open your mouth, because really you just barely put it to your mouth and get a drag. That's exactly how it works, man. Okay, now back to you.
You're pretty firm on the 4-year anniversary being close to the time they make an arrest.
No, you know what? I'm not really that. I mean, I understand the process, like you talked about, that they could extend this, that they could do any number of things to prolong it, and that could play in. However, I think that the thing is that if it goes to a jury trial, because they are going for life without parole, if he's convicted, he's probably handed life without parole because there is no need of sentencing. You see where I'm at? He isn't going to plea bargain it down because, look, he's lucky he's getting life without parole and not death. So if it does go to October and he's found guilty, which he will be, then at that time they will probably sentence him, but he's got to get his DOC number. Now, I don't think they have to wait for him to get his DOC number, but they likely will. That's probably going to take a month, 2 months. So you're looking at about December. And then they got to go talk to him multiple states. That's going to take a time. It's probably going to be the FBI in some cases talking to him, depending. I know that Sheriff Chris Swanson said he was going to go talk to him. So he's going to have a lot of people down there talking to him. Now, I think that sets up a good time, because the 4-year anniversary would be the perfect time for the Delphi police to come out and say, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. You know, because it would be just such a grand day for Delphi to know that, hey, this guy's arrested. He isn't going to do it no more. And he's coming back to Delphi because, you know, we want our justice on him. You know, but as far as being firm on it, hey, a lot of things could happen. A lot of things could take place. But, you know, those aside, it would be a great time. And it's not that I'm firm on it, but I'd like to see it happen that way.
I think it just might, if not before.
Thanks, Wombat. Appreciate it.
And it's just amazing at the dead silence that's coming out of law enforcement right now. I think I'd be saying something. I don't know what it would be exactly, but I'd be out there saying something.
Like what?
Anything to comfort the families.
Well, you know what? I mean, I think that that's why they brought up the shack, because that was to help comfort the families. And I know a lot of people were talking about the shack and Garrett Kurtz and all kinds of, and I'm like, people, they're not dropping subliminal shit to you, man. You know, they're not doing that. I mean, my God.
No, I think that was part of Doug Carter's message.
Exactly. And I think it was to
And
the family, because I watched it and it was about the guy getting over the exact same thing that they went through. His daughter was abducted. A similar incident occurred to his daughter. He wasn't dealing with it, and you know, he got like a magic message from God and the Holy Ghost and Jesus, and went to the shack, and they met him there, and they talked to, you know. So I think it was more geared toward the family than anything of pointing to someone like Garrett Kurtz. If they thought it was Garrett Kurtz, the last people they was going to be handing the message to would be us. They would have him right there, man, be going like, dude, we got your DNA. We got your fingerprints. We got 2 people that seen you. We know you was there that day. We know you're lying. Bring in the interrogation team, because we're going to be here for a year, pal. And charges would have been pressed a long time ago. So yeah, and again, I mean, it's just stuff like that. Now, when I say that it was weighed in the investigation, people think I'm stupid. Like, you don't know? Yeah, I kind of do know. I kind of do know a little bit.
well, and I agree. I guess I know how long it's going to take to get him prosecuted. And if he goes through every state and wants a trial, it's going to be 10 years.
It'll be longer than that.
Well,
I mean, you know, if you look at this, you look at the 4 that we're looking at right now, just those 4. That's going to be a long time, because then you're looking at, like, if he pleads not guilty to all of them, you're looking at minimally a year on each. So,
well, and probably closer to 2, really. But I will tell you this, that I think that if he went to trial on every charge that he's going to have, it would take a long time. And the only reason that he would do it is so he could be in and out of prison going to trial every day.
you know what? Yeah. And you know what? That is something to do, especially when you're going to be doing life behind bars without parole. Why not go sit in a jail and go to court? You know what I mean?
Well, the only thing that would stop that is the death penalty in Indiana.
Or California.
Yeah, California's just too wishy-washy. They've got their death penalty on hold. They haven't killed anybody or executed anybody in a long time.
You know what? The Menendez brothers are still on death row.
They are.
Yeah. And when was that, man? Like the 90s? I mean, how long do they keep him on parole? I mean, like on death row. Man, remember John Wayne Gacy? Shit, man. I mean, like, it was like about 20 years till they killed him. The fastest execution I ever seen was that of Ted Bundy.
Yeah, Florida wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah, and they did. They cheered him. People outside was saying, pull the trigger, you know, have breakfast in hell, Ted, you know. So, yeah, man. But you know what? He was an animal too, man. He was a sick animal. I mean, he was like necrophiliac animal. He'd go back and have sex with the dead bodies. Man, that's an evil dude, man.
So would Gary Ridgway.
Oh, yeah. You know what? He killed a bunch, man. He killed a lot of women.
Yes, he did. And I don't understand why people like that are still walking the earth. They're just evil. And there's no other word for it. There's no worse word. There's just pure, unadulterated evil.
Agreed.
Have you ever seen a person that just personifies evil and almost scares you?
Yes.
I have seen one person maybe in the last 20 years that I just got chills and I left the establishment where I was at because I just had such female intuition. Everything in my body said, get away from this guy. And I did. And it wasn't that many years ago, and it was while I was living in another big tourist city. But scared me to pieces. I got in my car, locked my doors, and went straight home, straight into the garage, and shut the door. And went through every room in my house. And things don't scare me like that. I usually don't get scared, but this guy was evil. There was just something about him. And with that, I am going to let you go, my
Hang
friend.
on, because we got to do this together. But I did want to answer. Maybe we both can, because Matt wanted to know if Ed Gein had had sex with dead people. Now, I had never heard that. I know he dug them up, cut their body parts off, and wore them. I don't know that it was all, and it very well could have been, but it never really came out. I mean, he went to a mental institution for a long time, and I think that they was going to retry him after, they declared that he was sane, and I don't know how in the hell they could have did that. I mean, the guy was clearly out of his mind, but I don't really know that he had sex with dead people, but he very well may have. Oh, yeah. You know what? Hey, man, let me hop on this too. Yeah, Ernie Savers. You know what, man? Shook his hand. Big guy, man. He was really cool. He really was, man. But it was awesome to shake his hand, man. It was, man. To meet Ernie, be like, damn, man, that's the hand that will knock down, holy shit. That was the biggest right hand in boxing history, man. Me and Icons was talking about that last night. Thanks for throwing that up there, G-Spot. All right, man. Let's give our goodbyes. Firstly, I want to thank everybody here, because without you viewing and without everybody showing up, it's worthless. It's just me talking to a camera. And, my special guests, including Miss Cavalier, Incognito Society, and Anthony Greeno, also under the channel True Crime Investigates. All of my mods, all of my chatters, and everybody else, may your God be with you, man. I love every damn one of you. And with that, I will probably see you Tuesday, and hopefully my special guest will be the captain. Miss Cavalier?
Katt, thank you for having me.
You know what? You're always welcome on my channel. Was that it?
That was it.
Okay.
I was struggling not to smack Mike Cunningham up the head.
What? Why?
Because he trolled people, and what joy is that?
Well, you know what? I don't know. I mean, I was never a troll. In fact, I mean, like when people troll me, I don't even give them a thumbs down. I just give them a boot.
Exactly. The problem is you can turn that around and do something positive with it, contribute to the conversation, make it a much nicer, more informative conversation. I answer his questions and, can tell with some cases he's not up on them, and he's been getting his information from Facebook.
Yeah, and I agree, and that is where we kind of differ on our the way that we look at the case.
Because he didn't have it. He had more of a conspiracy theory.
And he normally does.
Things.
He normally does, or brings up more of a conspiratorial side. That's why, I mean, okay, why is everybody going on about a troll? I'm not even seeing a troll. I'm not even seeing the troll here, but anyway. Okay, with that, I'm out of here. You know what? Give me a call later, Miss Cavalier.
Okay.
And I will talk to you guys next Tuesday. Thanks for being here. Peace, everyone.